Ladies and gentlemen, may you kindly take your seats, and thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Oh yes, it is indeed a glorious morning. What a time to be alive. Give yourselves a round of applause. Good morning, distinguished guests, leaders, visionaries, and friends from across Africa and the world. By way of introduction, my name is Nandi Madida. It is an absolute honor to welcome you to the TIME Africa Impact Summit, a gathering dedicated to shaping Africa's place in the global economy through innovation, leadership, and collective impact. Yep. Now allow me to observe protocol and acknowledge our distinguished guest, His Excellency Sanwo Olu, Her Excellency Nados Bigela Thomas, Chief Executive Officer of the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, the Honorable Bohulu Genewendo, Minister of Minerals and Energy of the Republic of Botswana, the Honorable Sindisiwe Chikunga, Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities of the Republic of South Africa, the Honorable Ronald Lamula, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa. I must say quickly, Minister Ronald Awudlali, you're like, I'm not playing games, with or without you. This G20 Summit is happening, and we thank you for that. Yeah. His Majesty Malatsi Siwa, spiritual godfather and the voice of the Khoi San. Thank you so much. We'd also like to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished business leaders, panelists, and partners, including representatives from the Piermont Group, Arena Events, the New York Africa Chamber of Commerce, and Business Day. We are deeply honored by your presence today, and all protocols are observed once more. Today's summit brings together policymakers, innovators, investors, and thought leaders who are shaping Africa's future across key sectors, including technology, infrastructure, sustainability, leadership, and policy reform. This is not just a dialogue. It is a movement. It is a moment of action, collaboration, and continental renewal. A few housekeeping rules. Please ensure your phones are on silent. But please do join us on our social media platforms, but also our hashtags. Thank you so much for those joining us online. The hashtag is TIME Africa Impact Summit. Bathrooms and hospitality areas are located around the venue, and we have an exciting program ahead. So let's begin. It is now my absolute pleasure to introduce on stage someone who said, with or without you, the one and only Honorable Ronald Lamula, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa, for our keynote address. Thank you so much, Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Madida, and all ministers who are here, Ms. Boholo from Botswana, Ms. Thomas Bekele, the CEO of NEPAD, and all other organs of the AU that I might not have seen here, all entertainers, creatives, people from the media, ambassadors from across the continent, all distinguished guests. It is an absolute honor for me to welcome you here to South Africa in Johannesburg for this engagement. Program Director, Ms. Madida, I saw your creative response on Insta to the racist remarks of Mr. Musk Sr. We should never allow racism to raise its ugly head again in our society. Africans have fed themselves since time immemorial. The migrant labor system destroyed our way of life and survival to create a system of cheap labor in South Africa. So from time immemorial, from Egypt to Cape Town, Africans were able to feed themselves through primitive farming and all methods of survival. the system was disrupted by the colonizers. So we can't be told that someone was feeding us. And I like that you have responded. We all have a responsibility as South Africans and as Africans to fight against any injustice wherever it raises its ugly head, from the creatives, from sports people, and from all of us as activists in society. As we count down to the Leaders Summit, Africa's place in the global economy and our collective agency is a timely theme. And your event provides us space for such urgent reflection and reasserting Africa's position in the global economy. I am pleased to be here and to share a few words on how South Africa's G20 presidency exemplifies what we mean by Africa's collective agency. This major gathering takes place when South Africa's economy is beginning to turn a corner. The winds of change are no longer on the horizon, they are here. Our network industries, once strains, are now stabilizing. Energy and logistics, the lifeblood of any thriving economy, are being revitalized through decisive leadership and bold reforms, through Operation Vulindlela. I know before the 2024 national general elections in South Africa, we were always criticized about, or there was skepticism about the security of energy supply because of load shedding. And there was no load shedding for quite some time during the electioneering period. And people were saying, no, it's because of elections. We are now into a year and 3 months without load shedding. So it's clear we've now defeated load shedding. We have turned the corner. And I say the same when I hear skeptics say the city of Johannesburg is clean, it's nice, it has been beautified because of G20. I say the same thing. I say, yes, so be it. If we have used the G20 to turn the corner, that is correct. But this will continue beyond the G20. The official unemployment rate fell to 31.9% in the third quarter of 2025 from 32.9% in the second quarter. South Africa is out from the FATF grey listing. This wave of positive sentiments was amplified last week, November the 14th, when S&P Global Rating delivered South Africa's first sovereign credit rating upgrade in nearly 2 decades, raising the long-term foreign currency rating from BB negative to BB with a positive outlook. The upgrade cited stronger growth prospects, improved fiscal consolidation, and reduced contingent liabilities, particularly reflecting improvements in the energy sector. While South Africa remains below investment grade, the upgrade is significant. It lowers borrowing costs, broadens the investor base, and signals renewed confidence in the country's reform trajectory. This is indeed positive, but it does not end there. In the sports sector, our Bafana has once again, since many years now, qualified for the World Cup. Our creatives and artists are winning awards across the globe, Emmys, whatever you can name, across the world, to show that as Africans, we are now part of the global conversation and ready to take our rightful place. It is against this background that the culmination of our G20 presidents will lead to a discussion on how the African continent should take its rightful place in global affairs. But before I go into that, maybe let me go into the statistics of our continent. Across the world, well over 3 billion people live in countries that spend more on servicing debts than on healthcare and education. And a debt and a cost sustainability report by our former minister, Trevor Manuel, has shown that countries in the African continent, and in particular the Global South, with the same metrics with countries in the Global North, they pay more on interest on debts than countries in the Global North. And when you look at the metrics, they are the same. The risk is the same. Everything is the same. The only difference is that this is an African country and the other one is from the Global North. We say this should come to an end. It's in the report, and it's something that will be discussed in this week Leaders Summit. Africa also receives less than 5% of the global financing on climate change. And we are disproportionately affected by climate change as the African continent. Yet we least contribute to it because we are the least industrialized, we have got few manufacturing capability, but we are the most that are suffering and receiving less than 5%. The entire global financial architecture also has to be reformed to reflect these realities. The money we receive for climate change and mitigation should be proportionate to the level of climate change in our continent. These are issues that South Africa's G20 presidency has shone a spotlight on for the African continent. We have also produced a framework for critical minerals. We have said the African continent has been left behind in all the industrial revolutions. We cannot also be left behind on this revolution on critical minerals. We have got 30% of the critical minerals that the world needs for its greening transition and for us to leapfrog into new technologies, artificial intelligence, digital platforms, and whatever you can talk about, including electronic vehicles. It is the African continent that will power this revolution. Yet, our minerals are extracted, raw as they are, into the ports and transmitted out of the continent, exporting jobs, exporting economic growth. And we are saying in South Africa, this should come to an end. And this platform of the G20 has to discuss how we have to reverse this. And there has been very clear recommendations in terms of beneficiation at source in the continent. And the framework also calls for the African Union's own critical minerals framework. SADC also needs to also have its own, where we can share views, exchange knowledge, and use it for the benefit of all of us in the region and in the continent. I hope Ms. Boholo will expand on that. She's a better expert than me. I depend on reading from the experts' reports. But these are the realities of our continent. In the continent as a whole, we trade at 16%. We are saying we must be able to trade together beyond the 16%, at least 30% or more, going into the future, if we are able to utilize the Africa Free Trade Area, but also when there is industrialization and manufacturing, because without that, there is nothing to trade. Hence, we end up trading only processed goods that are not even processed in the continent. So this is a revolution, which I believe most of you who are here, it's a conversation that you are going to embark upon, how the continent must reshape these economic imbalances for the benefit of all Africans. In the SADC region, we trade at 21%. And the SADC region is one of the most organized in the continent. But 21% still is too little. At least we should aim for 50%. When we met with business leaders with the president, I think 2 nights ago, he gave them a serious challenge to work towards this regional integration, to start with the SADC region and the AFCTA, with an aim to improve on these percentages of trading with each other. Lastly, this is a continent that is youthful across the globe. In about 2040, we will be having about 2.5 billion people. The majority of them are youthful. There is no any other continent with a youthful population than the African continent. So this is a risk for artificial intelligence, and it's also against this background that our G20 presidency, when speaking about artificial intelligence, was saying the African continent should not just be a consumer of this innovation. At least I'm sitting with someone from NEVJA there, I heard. So research and innovation centers must also be in the continent. We must be able to see the investments that must enable the African youth to be at the level of innovation and research. If you ask some of the content creators like Ms. Madida and some of the institutions, Amazon, Apple, and so forth, we receive less in terms of what we should be paid for content creation. If you go to TikTok, you go to Apple, and look at how much they pay to the continent for content creation, it does not even reach $2 billion US, all of them combined. But when you go to Europe, you go to the Americas, in a year, Apple pay billions of rands for content creation. So all these are issues that we have. Yourself also here, you have to have a conversation, how you restructure and how you revolutionize this space to use the resources that we have as a continent. We are not taking a begging bowl to the G20. We are saying we have the capability. Let's partner with the global north to turn this capability into an investment that will benefit the African continent. With these words, I welcome you to Johannesburg and wish you all the best in your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Honourable Minister. We know you're very busy and have to go off to your next location. We do appreciate your time so much. I really feel re-energized as well. Africa, it is indeed our time. To officially open the summit, please welcome the Managing Director of TIME Africa, Group Managing Director of Global Venture Partners, Josh Wilson. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Sawubona. That was pronounced right. Fantastic. I was working on it last night during the billboard chaos. Listen, thank you so much, everyone, for coming. I'd like to recognize the great ministers that are in attendance from the African Union, from Botswana, from South Africa, of course, and other destinations. I'd like to thank our partners, the New York Africa Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to thank Arena Holdings. You guys have been absolutely fantastic, so thank you so much for everything that you guys have done. So when we started on this journey as a group, our thought process was to make sure that we were shaping and changing the narrative of the continent. Everything that we saw was regionally specific as it pertains to media. So we had The Citizen in Tanzania, we had The Punch in Nigeria, we had Business Day in South Africa. We had all of these different regions that were represented, but there was nothing Pan-African that was led and ran by Africans. And that caused us a dramatic amount of concern, because who's then telling our stories? Who then has our scope? If that's BBC Africa, if that's CNN Africa, all of these markets and all of these organizations are in other places, and the narrative is being told from another perspective. And that's what we wanted to change and go on this journey. So we made swift acquisitions as it pertains to TIME, Billboard, and I see some familiar faces from yesterday. You will look fantastic, surprisingly. Rob Report and Rolling Stone also. The reason why we wanted to make sure we made these acquisitions was that we could start shaping a narrative that was conducive of not only the great people in this room, but the great innovators that surround our continent that have been held back for a long period of time, and that time is changing now. When we think about TIME Africa, we're not here to document history. We're not here to tell you what's happening. We're here to help shape that history. We have some amazing innovators. We have some amazing entrepreneurs. We have amazing sports people all across the planet. We have our diaspora in the Caribbean, our diaspora in Brazil, in South America, in Asia, in Europe, all over the world, all doing magnificent things. And now it's the time to not only recognize that, but to make sure that we're going out of our way to create something that stands out and that Africa is represented in a way that's reflective of its contribution, not just to society and history, but to present day. It always, for me, comes back to unity. So when I first started on this journey, when we were thinking about global venture partners, when we were thinking about the scope, even before that, I was making and producing a TV series for a British broadcaster called Channel 4 called Shades of Noir. And I interviewed my parents because I wanted to find out more about the Black African experience, the Black Caribbean experience in the UK. And my dad was in a special regiment of the British military. My mum was a building surveyor. And they came to the UK in the 60s, both born in the 50s, so young people. And the stories were just horrifying, of not only the treatment of them and some of the issues that they had to face, but the societal ecosystem as a whole. And there's people, specifically in this country, and I was, I wasn't sure, and my team knows about coming to South Africa, these things, because of some of the history. And since I've come here, I've been educated on the fact that I'm extremely proud of the South Africans in this room and what they've done and how they've had to fight and fight and fight. And now you've got to a place where you've not only created a systemic change, but you've also been noted on the world map. So thank you so much to every South African in here for everything that you've done for our people and for our diaspora, the people that are no longer with us, that had to give their lives for this. That means a lot to us. It should mean a lot to all of us. And when we talk about unity and we talk about togetherness, these are the things that need to be not only noted, but remembered from a historical standpoint, and that needs to be remembered by us. When we talk about the global workforce, in the next 10 years, over the next 10 years, the global workforce will predominantly be from this continent. And the people in this room have the ability to create the rails for those young people to be successful. I've traversed this continent over the past 5 years, and I've seen some of the best innovators in the world. They don't lack intelligence. They don't lack scope. They don't lack planning. They lack resources. They lack funding. And they lack the rails to be successful on a global stage. Once again, people in this room can change that. There are people in this room that are part of that group. There are people in this room that are great innovators. There are people in this room that I look up to. There are people in this room, I'm sure, that look up to some people here. And I think when we consider those things, when we consider the rails and what we can create together, we can do things that stand out and that truly make a significant impact in our story and a significant impact in our future. As a continent, as a team, we have one of the highest GDPs in the world. 5th in the world, I believe, just ahead of the UK. As individual countries, our biggest markets are South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, Kenya. As a team, we're stronger. As a team, as a united team, the things that we can do can be inspiring, and it can position ourselves not as people that are spoken about, but people that are leading conversation and that are leading discussion. As a civilization, we've been around for a long time, and it's a great honor to have the Khoisan King here, sir, and the learnedness of the Khoisan people throughout time. These are things that can be taught to society. Obviously, there were setbacks in this plan throughout other people and other civilizations and other societies. But now it's the time for us to come together to create something special and unique. Today marks the day when Africa is not just spoken about, but it becomes a significant voice. And as TIME Africa, we want to make sure that we curate that story and we tell that story in a manner that is respectful of everyone in this room, our diaspora, and the people that deserve it. Our goal is to move from imagination to implementation, and together we can build an Africa that history will remember. Division will serve none of us, both personally, professionally, from a country perspective. I'm very excited to be on a panel in a second with Honourable Minister Boholo and Her Excellency Nados Bekele Thomas to talk through some of these things and the scope of what we can create as a unit, whether that is Botswana partnering with Angola to purchase minerals and to purchase companies, whether that's South Africa partnering with other jurisdictions. South Africa has been a #1 trading partner for Africa for a very long period of time. The African Continental Free Trade Area and us working together, us innovating together. I had the pleasure to go to the Norskin campus in Rwanda and being invited by the government there to see companies from all over Africa working together and collaborating and creating amazing things. These are the things that not only will we invest in, but these are the stories that we will tell. And I can't stress enough as I talk to you all today, and as you talk to each other, please keep in mind what we can create when we do so together. When we work together and we are united. And when those things happen, magic will happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joss, for that truly robust speech. We truly appreciate it so much. Yes, South Africa, Africa is indeed the cradle of humankind. Thank you so much for our king. Thank you, thank you. Now to deliver our next ministerial address, we are honored to welcome the Honorable Sindisiwe Chikunga, Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and People with Disabilities of South Africa. Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our program director. Let me acknowledge Mr. George Wilson and the TIME Africa leadership, Honorable Minister Lamula, Excellencies and members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and leaders of business, finance, technology, as well as our civil society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Please allow me to join Minister Lamula in welcoming you to South Africa. And of course, welcoming you to this inaugural TIME Africa Impact Summit here in Johannesburg, Gauteng, our country's economic heartland. We gather this morning on the doorsteps of Wits University, South Africa's second-ranked institution and a continental center of innovation and public scholarship, an academic home to many great leaders, including a young Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Distinguished guests, we meet in November when the rains have refreshed our cities and landscapes. As the sun returns, I hope you'll find a moment to experience South Africa beyond these walls, from the cradle of humankind to Soweto's Vilakazi Street, to an evening in Sandton, or even a short flight to the Kruger National Park, home to some of the world's most extraordinary biodiversity, or to our warm Indian Ocean in Durban, or Table Mountain in Cape Town. Colleagues, this summit takes place during an extraordinary week for our country and our continent. For the first time in history, we say this, I will say it again, the G20 Leaders Summit is being held on African soil. We've called it Africa's G20, the People's G20. The People's G20. And lately, even the G100. Because it is not only the leaders of the 20 largest economies who matter, it is the billions of people whose lives will be shaped by what is decided here. Here in South Africa, we say, umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. I am because you are. Across the continent, our sisters and brothers echo this wisdom. In Swahili, mtu ni wantu, a person is people. In Lingala, moto azali moto nabato, a person is a person through others. Africa has always known that our destinies are shared. This spirit of Ubuntu is the foundation of South Africa's G20 presidency, which we have framed around solidarity, equality, and sustainability. It also guides our work in the G20 Empowerment of Women Working Group, which we have had the honor to chair. In that role, we place 3 urgent priorities at the center of the global agenda: financial inclusion for and of women, recognizing and investing in the paid and unpaid care economy, and confronting gender-based violence and femicide as a barrier to women's full participation in society and economy. These priorities speak to the core of how economies grow, who is valued, and what we consider essential for human development. Yesterday at the G20 Social Summit, much was said about Africa's minerals, oceans, and land. But Africa's most powerful resource is not only what lies beneath the soil, it is the people who walk upon it. By 2050, Africa is projected to account for 1 in every 3 young people in the world. Our cities, our rural economies, and our digital platforms will increasingly be powered by African talent, innovation, and creativity. But at the heart of the human wealth are African women. From Abidjan to Durban, women rise before dawn, traveling from rural areas into towns to sell fresh produce that sustain entire communities. In Johannesburg, just about 6 square kilometers to the CBD, the continent converges. Tailors, fabric traders, and hairstylists from Tanzania and Ghana, Malawi, and South Africa, shaping garments and cultural expressions that mark our most important moments. These activities are the pulse of African economies. Yet the people who make our economies work are too often the most vulnerable, least supported, and least protected. Distinguished guests, if Africa's true wealth is its people, then we must confront a painful truth of its wealth being under attack. Every day, around 140 women and girls are killed globally by a partner or family member, and Africa carries the highest regional rate, roughly 3 per 100,000 women. Economists warn that this violence drains up to 3.7% of countries' GDP, a loss greater than many nations' educational budget. This is a human rights and macroeconomic development crisis. This is why, as Africans, we are answering with law, policy, and action. We have adopted the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, this being the continent's binding instrument to end violence and femicide. As South Africa, we have adopted the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, our 10-year compact to prevent violence, strengthen justice, protect survivors, and drive women's economic power. We have completed a full NSP, that is National Strategic Plan Review, to sharpen coordination, to focus on prevention, and to strengthen delivery. And because safety is inseparable from economic independence, we have committed through the Public Procurement Act that at least 40% of public procurement must go to women-owned businesses, 30% to youth-owned, 30% to youth-owned businesses, and 7% to persons with disabilities, women-owned businesses, shifting opportunity, income, and power directly into the women's hands. To strengthen accountability, we are scaling up the End Gender-Based Violence Dashboard, which captures case data, tracks performance, and aligns efforts across law enforcement, social services, as well as health. Through the End Gender-Based Violence and Femicide 100 Days Challenge, prosecutors, police, social workers, and civil society are working together to reduce case backlogs and speed up justice for survivors. I think I must take time to talk about this because women are under siege. Under South Africa's chairship of the G20 Empowerment of Women Working Group, we intentionally prioritize financial inclusion, the care economy, and ending gender-based violence and femicide because a woman cannot build a business if she has no access to finance. She cannot participate fully in the economy if unpaid care absorbs her time. She cannot work, study, or trade freely if she is unsafe. For this reason, we developed concrete legacy projects so our presidency leaves behind more than communiques. And so we are advancing a positive masculinity initiative with the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Response Fund, as well as the United Nations and several member states. As a matter of fact, UK gave us 18 million to empower us. This is prevention effort that works with men and boys across social institutions to redefine manhood and stop violence before it starts. Through our G20 Women to Africa engagement, Standard Bank and other banks and partners committed to track how much of their lending actually reaches women, create low-risk loan products for women-owned SMEs, and invest more capital in businesses or funds led by women. In this regard, we have agreed that a multi-stakeholder dashboard with disaggregated data tracing who was empowered will be presented to us in March next year. And also this will happen every year. Through it, we'll be able to hold the private sector accountable for its G20 women empowerment commitments. Because we met with quite a number of private sector companies, ABSA, Nedbank, Standard Bank, you name them, we met them. ShopRite, Kentucky, SPAR, etc. And all of them, they have projects that empower women, youth, and persons with disabilities. But we don't know where these people are, where these businesses are. And that is why we now have said, and we're coming to everyone, we have said we want this multi-stakeholder dashboard, disaggregated. Cindy Chikunga, CC, empowered in this way, and they're doing business in this area, and this is the kind of business we have empowered them. This will be our legacy project as the department. And of course, I just want to mention this, that just 2 weeks after our Empowerment of Women Working Group ministerial meeting, we took this agenda not to here in Gauteng in the city, but to the ground in Umshwati, a rural part of KwaZulu-Natal, hosting a women's trade and investment fair. Women and youth, including persons with disabilities, connected directly with banks and investors. By day's end, financing pathways opened and new partnerships were formed in the rural part of South Africa. And we feel good about it because a woman out there was able to get an understanding of what this G20 is all about, not only here in the cities. And that's what we do as Ministry for Women, including ordinary women. We are also developing a Disability Inclusion Nerve Center. This is also our other legacy project. A knowledge and coordination hub to strengthen data, inclusive budgeting, accessible infrastructure, and policy alignment across government and the private sector. It anchors the principle that no society is inclusive unless persons with disabilities are fully included in its economy. The Deputy President of All China Women Federation pledged 2.5 million rand towards this Nerve Center project. So we already have 2.5 million rand. Who knows? Somebody here might say, that's nothing. I have 15 million rand. I pledge. These are just a few of the legacy projects that ensure South Africa's G20 presidency build lasting systems, not symbolic statements. Closing, the task before us is clear. Africa cannot realize its full promise unless every sector commits, and commits urgently and concretely, to the safety, dignity, and economic empowerment of all women. From Cairo to Cape Town, Dakar to Dar es Salaam, Lagos to Lusaka, I call on all governments, investors, innovators, and civil society to turn today's dialogue into action that shifts resources, power, and opportunity towards African women and girls. To Josh and the entire TIME Africa team, well done for placing Africa's voice at the center of the G20. Distinguished guests, we welcome you to our beautiful country called South Africa. And I thank you very much. God bless South Africa. God bless our continent, Africa. And God bless the world. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Honourable Minister. Your words are very dear to my heart as my daughter is autistic, so thank you so much for that. And as well as she said, women are under siege and we hope to see that change. All right, up next we have our fireside chat, and our moderator once again is Josh Wilson, Managing Director of TIME Africa and Group, MD of Global Venture Partners. Josh, thank you so much for joining us once again.
Good morning, everyone, once again. Honourable guests, I would like to welcome to the stage two fantastic speakers that I have had the pleasure of spending time with, both personally and professionally. I'd like to welcome Her Excellency Nados Bikile Thomas from the African Union Development Agency. Great to see you as always, Minister. Please. I would also like to welcome the Honourable Minister of Minerals and Energy for Botswana, Baholo Kenawendo, to the stage. Pleasure as always. Please. So we can get to it. I've been looking forward to this for a long time, as some of your staff members probably know, and it's been a real fantastic journey that you both have been on, especially reading your bios and reading the scope of the work that you've done throughout the continent, the work you've done for specific countries. Yeah, this is a really exciting conversation. I think it's important to frame it in a way to look at the great work the African Union is pushing to do, and obviously is trying to do from a continental standpoint as it pertains to bringing people together, and the leadership role we feel that Botswana is taking as it pertains to not only minerals and energy, but sustainability in other areas, things that a lot of people around the world do not know about, which I hope we can discuss today. So this conversation is very open, very relaxed, very cordial, but obviously we'll go through some questions I think that people are very interested in. So in my soliloquy earlier, we talked about Africa shaping global conversations across numerous verticals, whether that be obviously minerals, energy, entertainment, creative sectors, etc. When you consider genuine African leadership, I'd love to know from both of your opinions what that looks like and how we move from influence to real power in global decision-making spaces such as the G20. You obviously are leaders yourselves, and you're surrounded by leaders and great presidents. What does that look like to you when you consider leadership based on what we have as a current format and essence on the continent? It's an open question. Please.
Thank you very much, George. It's so wonderful to be here. I mean, you know, that shift has been taken. Yesterday we were discussing about the same thing. And I was telling, you know, the audience that this shift is not taking place today. It started taking place a long time ago. Africa has recognized that this power shift should change. What partnership was defined before recipient, donor, and it should change completely. It should be a partnership based on trust, confidence, and collaboration, understanding that Africa is not a continent to be, is a continent to be reconciled with. Okay, it's very interesting to see that shift. So Africa has come out with all its tools, its mechanisms, and its systems to be the driving seat. Okay? We have got what we call the Agenda 2063, and everybody is really envious about that because, Agenda 2063 came into existence in 2013 before the SDGs. Of course, it was informed by the MDGs. But SDGs were informed and influenced and inspired by our Agenda 2063. There is no, yes, we need really to clap on that. There is no other continent that has got a vision with shared goals and objectives. And it has got its own flagship programs. Not only flagship programs, they are costed, they are really monitored, the indicators are there, they're verifiable. And therefore, that is a basic standing thing. And that is a shift that we have come, that we have brought forth. And, if you look at the contents and the various, tenets of this Vision 2063, that wants Africa to be united, to be a prosperous continent, to be resilient, to depend on its resources, to value add, to make sure that its young generation have a dignified and prosperous life, is a very important responsibility that has left onto us, those of us that are here, individually and collectively. And, one of the very important thing is the integration, understanding the fact that one single market serving 1.4 billion people, which would grow soon to be 2.5 billion people. These are consumers. These are producers. This is a workforce that could transform the whole continent. Is very important. The AFCFTA, one single market is critical. Not only that, it also created one single air transport market. It created one single electricity market, which is really fueling the transformation process by generating 1,200 gigawatt, which is 6 times what we have now, but making sure that there are markets at regional levels, the regional blocks, and also one single electricity market that could generate not only electricity for each and every citizen of Africans, but also fueling and powering, some of, our neighboring countries in the other continents, right? Which means that we can export energy. The new generation coming from that would be 67 to 70% would be renewable. Okay? So that is very important. Not only that, the whole idea of having these regional power pools, establishing energy markets at regional level. When I made a presentation at the Milken Institute, they were mesmerized because they don't have such a thing.
Understand.
Yeah. So, transmission lines, generation of power is very critical. Data centers is critical. It's already there. It's already planned for. Now, if you look at all the other things that we're doing in terms of, making sure that our young ones are really up to, the task and being able to be the force for industrialization in Africa, the value addition, the forward-backward, linkages that we want to create, the beneficiation of our critical minerals that the world is extracting now, but which we would like to value add, and putting our young ones by developing their skills, improving, their technical know-how, it would be critical.
So just on that fact, because I want to make sure that we kind of spread this. When we're talking about minerals, Minister, and to Her Excellency's point, leadership is obviously very, very key in that area. Your country obviously has a massive scope on diamonds, and it's one of our key exports as a continent. When you consider leadership in that area, what exactly are we looking at? Are we looking at Botswana turning into something where you control the entire value chain? What is the scope of what we're looking at as it pertains to leadership, and what would you like to see on the predication of Her Excellency's comments?
All right, thank you. Thank you. First, before I answer your question, I want to take a moment to recognize our Assistant Minister here.
Yes, that's what, yeah. There we go.
Thank you. I was saying first, let me recognize our Assistant Minister of Trade, who's also here from Botswana, Minister Mataote, sitting on the second table. So when I was just quickly reflecting on your question of what leadership looks like, first in diamonds and minerals, it's all about ownership. It's about being able to control your minerals and your natural resources and directing how they go into the market and getting the most value out of those minerals. But thinking a little bit more broadly about what leadership means for the continent at this moment, about three aspects that I want to outline. One is about perception and purpose. Here is the way that the world views the continent and views African countries, because it is that perception that shows up in the interest rates that we're facing, particularly when we're talking about issues around debt and investment attraction. That perception is important. Are we still standing up as bringing that begging bowl, or are we really insisting on a partnership of investment that bring impact? And that is the perception. And then the purpose of it is, why is it that we're positioning ourselves in such a manner? And it is about getting more value into the continent and ensuring that, we are seeing the jobs coming back into the continent. We're seeing industrialization back into the continent. And as Minister Lamola said earlier, we don't want to be skipped by this new wave of industrial revolution, particularly given that the green industrialization that's happening right now is based on the resources in the continent. And so our purpose should be our resolution to be part and parcel of this and not just a supplier to the green industrial revolution. And then the second aspect is about timing. I think right now we have the right moment. We are at the right moment. We've worked on Agenda 2063, which inspired the SDGs, and it has inspired all the work that we're seeing around climate investment at the moment. So the world is oscillating around aspects that we have identified as priorities, and we've been clear leaders in intellectual property in that space, and so it is about implementing and taking advantage of this moment. The world is now gathered here in Johannesburg, and there should be a clear outcome from this summit that recognizes not only the challenges in the continent, but the opportunities for the countries in the continent, and not just for South Africa, but the AU is now a member of the G20, so we need to see full benefit for the entire continent. And then the last one is really about ensuring that we are moving in unison. And this is what inspired the AFCFTA. When you read speeches from 1962, 1965, 68, and so forth, you get the sense that we can only truly develop as a continent when we move together and we are able to negotiate first amongst ourselves, and then we have one phase going into the world. And that's something that we are now working on. You mentioned that Angola, Botswana, De Beers.
We're breaking news. How exciting.
The breaking news that I'm trying really hard to avoid. But it is about, working together, positioning ourselves well to ensure that we are not being used or pitted against each other towards the control of a very critical resource and a very critical business that we recognize will help to drive more growth in the continent and in our country.
May I ask, Minister, just on that fact, so in regards to Angola, what was your thinking there, just briefly? And obviously, partner with another country, I don't think that's ever really been done before, if I'm not mistaken, to partner with another country to then purchase an entity that is, obviously world-renowned as it pertains to diamonds and the natural resource prevalent in Botswana. What was the thinking there? Because that's quite a new age philosophy for Africa.
Well, we haven't partnered yet.
Okay,
We're
just
working
checking.
on it. But we've had very constructive engagements, and both President Boko and President Lorenzo have agreed that we should really ensure that there is a perfect synergy between the two countries, because Botswana currently is the largest producer of diamonds. And we know that Angola has recently also discovered new kimberlites, making it very prospective. And if we're looking at the value that Botswana is bringing into De Beers right now, it contributes the largest amount of its revenues, and it only makes sense that we are part and parcel of its ownership. We already own 15%, by the way, so it's not that we're coming out of the blue to try to own this mega corporation. And it is our partnership in mining that created Botswana that actually has continued to spur the growth of De Beers around the world. And so Angola, looking at an opportunity as a prospective country, also only makes sense for them. But all of it really oscillates around the fact that Botswana built De Beers. Botswana's natural resources built De Beers, amongst others, and we recognize everybody else's resources. It's the Botswana sitting over there.
So, is that the legendary Pat Danby? Yes.
And so because we built it and we believe our resources built it, we want whatever other value addition coming out of the business to benefit Botswana.
So this is the question once again to both of you. Have we got both mics working or just one? Just one? Roger that. So, and this is really important because I want to speak for the youth here. The youth believe that we should not only, obviously, not be exporting raw minerals, as many people have said, across today already, but we should be owning that value chain and making sure that we're refining and then exporting. And we have the partners to do so with the purposes of spurring an industrial revolution on the continent that is not only strong and variable, but is also very sustainable. As you're well aware, Minister, some of your diamond mines have rhinos on them. You've managed to create a sustainable ecosystem around mining. Some of South Africa's mines, some of the best in the world. Some of Botswana's mines, some of the best in the world. However, oftentimes when we see mines in Africa, it's the man with a shovel and no hard hat, hence why the narrative is important. So when we discuss this industrial revolution and speaking for the youth, what do we need to do from a country-to-country perspective in order to change this? Because ultimately we serve them. So what's the scope there? And that's the question to both of you. Please make it as brief and as concise as you can.
I think, for the benefit of the young ones, first of all is recognition that the opportunities are there. What we need to do is really make sure that they have all what it takes to equip them with the skills they require for the opportunities to be realized. And therefore, skills revolution is critical. So just a month ago or 2 months ago, we had that skills for Africa, seminar, or not seminar, actually, a week-long discussion. We brought all the industrialists, we brought all the mining industries and all the other industries together with all the institutions that are giving skills to the youth. And there was a fantastic marketplace where the supply was meeting the demand. And this gave the opportunity for institutions to understand what kind of skills are needed today and what kinds of skills will be needed tomorrow. And then institutions then would go back and revise their curriculum and make sure that they provide skills that the young ones would need to be engaged and take advantage of the opportunities. It's very critical and very important. In addition to that, technology centers, research centers, all coming together in a holistic approach, looking at the future opportunities and doing their part to make sure that these opportunities are realized. It's critical, and we are on the path doing that. And I guess, our critical minerals are really key for us because the world are looking, after them. So, we are trying to see on how we can fence that and make sure that we take advantage of that and we benefit our people before others extract them. So,
Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam. So very key is, going back to the point of ownership, is we recently made amendments to the Mines and Minerals Act, and our key focus on those amendments and the regulations that will come on one, local beneficiation and ensuring that we are developing value chains around our minerals and our mines. And then secondly, it's on local content, ensuring that we are building cluster industrialization that is anchored by our mines and our natural resources. And then the third one is on citizen economic empowerment and ensuring that Botswana are able to buy into the mines and are able to own their own mines and participate effectively in the mineral and energy space. But really key in bringing up opportunities right now is setting Botswana up as a mining jurisdiction, a profitable, commercially savvy, and investor-friendly mining jurisdiction. And we've been, on various roadshows inviting different investors to come and look into Botswana. And right now we're on heavy exploration. We've only done 30% of exploration in Botswana, of all of Botswana. And we have copper, we have manganese, we have other rare earth minerals. And we believe that if we increase from the 30% where we are to maybe 50%, and we accelerate spaces between exploration to productive mining, we will be able to create the opportunities that are needed for young people to have jobs and to innovate as well the different ways of mining and of providing energy, because that's another space that we're seeing a lot of opportunities. But we're very excited about the changes that we're making right now in Botswana and creating this investment climate. We've been talking about SEZs and investment incentives that we're putting together to ensure that investors see Botswana as a credible mining jurisdiction, investors both foreign and domestic.
Thank you. I'm going to just steal 2 more minutes, so don't hurt me when I come down there. As it pertains to African leadership, obviously there's a lot of talk, obviously on the continent, from our diaspora, etc., from the youth, about good leadership. And it's a question I started this panel with. When we consider good governance and building trust, what do you think is necessary to show our youth that our leadership, that our institutions will work with us and not against us to make sure that the right rails are in place so that they can innovate? We have some of the best entrepreneurs in the world. How can we make sure that that happens? And please leave this like 30 seconds to a minute. It'd be great so I don't get hurt by the team.
Well, I guess, the most important thing in leadership is to have that shared vision. At continental level, we have all what it takes, the strategies, the visions. We should measure the pulses of the people, have empathy. We should be able to have empathy. We should be able, and therefore, that would really be the real leadership. I think, most of the knowledge comes from the people that we serve. They are the ones to tell us where to go. We can shape it, we can guide it, but, the answer is to them. And, this whole thing of answering to the West, answering to our donors, and whatever should stop. We should be confident, we should be really having the confidence that we deserve, and let the people to really be able to pose their questions freely, to make sure that we understand what their needs are at all levels. And I'm so glad, Madam Minister, that you said the G20 is going down to the districts and to all the levels at community level. And that is what it should be. People should understand what we are there for, and they should be able to have a shared vision and a common platform for socioeconomic transformation. They are the ones to transform. We don't, we just guide.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
One is good institutions. We need credible, functional institutions that young people and our communities know where to go and make them accessible. And then for us to have transparent legislation and working environments. And we should always be as transparent as possible with what we're doing, and that's what we are currently trying to do in Botswana. We are sharing as much as we can with the community on the developments that are happening, because it is only when people understand what is happening in the leadership spaces that they can also position themselves to take up opportunities. And then the third aspect is really on strengthening and rebuilding the social contract. Ensuring that we are being as responsive as possible. There's accessibility to leaders, to institutions, and we are implementing the visions and the goals, the strategies that we have set out. Because it's no more about new strategies, it's about implementing, starting to see the shoots coming out of the ground and the opportunities coming to reality.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Well, just to cap that off, it's been an honor being on stage with you both. Thank you so much for your service to the continent and the great work you've done. People look up to you, so it's great to have you here. Just a quick one. 2064. Why so long, Minister? 2063. Why so long? Why is it such a long period?
It's an aspiration. It's an aspiration. But we have got our 10-year implementation plan. So it's a 10-year implementation plan that we are implementing right now.
Okay.
We just finished one. We reviewed it. We, in a way corrected, all the deficiencies of the past, and we developed and designed with all the member states the new 10-year
Understood.
plan. And hopefully, after 10 years, we'll be able to have all our countries reach a middle-income status.
Excellent.
Middle-income status at our own measurement and, our own criteria.
One more comment.
I was just going to say, I cannot leave the stage without setting it on record for Ronald Lamola's purposes, that Botswana gave Africa the first gold medal on 400 relay. I heard him talking about the achievements, and I thought it'd be very important that I share that 200-meter gold medal.
It's very good. Yeah. Listen, the Jamaicans are coming. But thank you all. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much to our Honourable Excellencies for that fireside chat. So inspiring indeed. To our Minister as well, Honourable Minister Cindy Siwe, I know you need to be excused soon to your next location. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Siyabonga kakhulu. And thank you so much for your passion as well. Up next, please welcome Busi Matigo, founder and president of the New York Africa Chamber of Commerce. What an inspiration she is. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I need a mic. Dumelang. Awona. Habari. It's an honor to have all of you esteemed guests here at the TIME Impact Summit. It's just an honor to be at the cusp of history. The G20 taking place on African soil, and in particular, South Africa, the land of my birth. This is not by accident. This was meant to be. And all of you here are meant to be here. You deserve a round of applause. Clap for yourselves. Just listening to all the speeches, from Honorable Amola's speech to Honorable Sindiswa, to Honorable Bekele, Josh, and Nandi, and everyone. And also I want to acknowledge the Khoisan chief. Actually, I also descend from that heritage. I have that heritage as well. And so, as we think about the G20, the fact that it's taking place here in Johannesburg, I reflect on the experiences I've curated, from panels to conferences, to summits, town halls. And I think about the impact. I believe the time is now to move beyond the impact and think of action. Intentional and deliberate action. We cannot afford to operate in silos, because united we stand, divided we fall. This is a call for action. If you want to go far, we go together. If you want to go fast, we go alone. And in the spirit of Ubuntu, I am because we are, and that's why I'm honored to stand on the shoulders of greatness. Those who have struggled for us from independence, since independence. As we look to the program today, and we think about the panelists that are coming on, right now, with geopolitics happening, Africa is at an interesting place. By 2050, they say a quarter of the world's population, the youngest population, will be African. So, it's important at this time to get involved and encourage the intergenerational dialogue, and to bring others along with you in this journey. Forget about the gatekeeping. Gatekeeping is part of what is holding us back. We have to unlearn and relearn a lot of things, a mindset shifts. Because if we're not these platforms, we're not in these rooms, we have a big problem. We have a great challenge. We have to take everything we do seriously. I mean, we are not, when people talk about creativity, talk about brilliance, we are brilliant. We have it all. We are blessed. But what's holding us back? We have to be bold and take our place, claim our rightful places, and build together. Encourage each other. We are our brother's keeper. We should put ego aside. We might not agree on some things, but let's agree on where we intend to go. Because our future is important. Encouraging also the younger generation. Anyway, our narratives are very important too. As a proverb says, until a lion begins to tell its story, you'll glorify the story of a hunter. It's important that we tell our stories. Excellence, not only focusing on what's going wrong, but also the positive stories. For every negative story, let's put many positive stories. I'm glad for this TIME Africa platform. It's a choice, guys. How we use this baton that has been handed to us in form of the G20. We've heard over the week that we have hit the summit. How we choose to move from there will determine on what side of history we are on. Are we going to fall flat on our faces, or are we going to run with the baton and think about beyond the G20, bridging markets and building legacies? We are at a point in history, and we're going to think about the first panel, which will explore Africa's place in the global economy through technology, data, and AI. The world needs Africa to industrialize quickly and efficiently. With 30% of the world's mineral reserves and a burgeoning tech environment, we have the tools to drive transformational change. Imagine leveraging data and AI to enhance decision-making and resource allocation. This is not just a possibility, it's an imperative. We will hear from leaders who are pioneering advancements in technology, proving that Africa is not just a participant, but a leader in the global tech narrative. Second, we will discuss infrastructure, transport, supply chains, and tourism. Economic growth requires robust infrastructure. Imagine a continent where goods move seamlessly across borders. Trade barriers are dismantled. Even the visas. The visas are an issue. We need to do better. And our youth are integrated into the global economy. This vision demands not only investment in physical infrastructure, but also innovative solutions that cater to the unique needs of our diverse communities. The third panel will talk about energy, mining, and sustainability. The continent is home to about 30% of the world's mineral reserves, and energy is the foundation on which industrialization takes place. All this must happen in the context of the ecological sustainability. Finally, we will conclude with impact leadership, transforming Africa's future policies and growth. Leadership is not just about titles. It's about the action and accountability. We must foster a culture of ethical leadership that prioritizes good governance and the rule of law. By doing so, we can create an environment that attracts investments and encourages innovation. We will discuss the vital role leaders play in shaping policies that uplift our communities and drive sustainable growth. Imagine our continent is rich in creativity and ingenuity. From fashion to technology, our creatives and innovators are redefining what is possible. We will discuss how to amplify those voices, how storytelling can shift mindsets, and how we can invest in our creative economy to inspire self-belief and confidence in our continent. By investing in empowering narratives, we catalyze a movement of change that can resonate across generations. As we engage in these discussions, Let's remember that our collective strengths lie in our abilities to collaborate, share knowledge, and support one another. I urge each one of you to invest in the stories of Africa, to believe in the potential that each of us carries, and to take deliberate action towards creating a lasting legacy. Remember, it starts with what we believe. Remember, we are the solution. No one is coming to save us. It begins with us and ends with us. This is Africa's next chapter. Thank you.
I know this room is indeed re-energized. Thank you so much, Busi, for that. It is now time to introduce our first panelist. This panel explores the digital engine of modern economies, how technology, data, and artificial intelligence can accelerate Africa's growth. Ooh, and our moderator, a young, bright man with a great mind, Mike Mpanya. I know he's feeling a bit shy, but he's an incredible mind indeed. Founder and chair of Nubi Group and 2050 AI. Mike Mpanya, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandi, for your warm introduction. It's my absolute pleasure to invite my fellow panelists on the stage. The CEO of the Botswana Investment and Trade Corporation. May we give him a round of applause.
Yes.
Could we please have Mr. Seko Malatsi, who's the founder of Quantum H. May we give him a round of applause. May we also be joined by Fatima Tambajang, who heads up emerging markets and startups at NVIDIA, and also Mr. Emmanuel Abonzi, who is the head of Africa for OpenAI.
Hi, Fatima. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you.
Please have your seats. Thank you for that. Nandi knows me well. I don't know when I've ever been shy, so she's teasing me. But I would start off by putting it like this. In times of change, learners inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully prepared for a world that no longer exists. The force that's shaping and recreating the planet at a rate unseen before is artificial intelligence. We are fortunate to have a number of leaders in this space on stage and also in this room. And everyone's been talking about AI. We'll get right to it. I mean, a few months ago, there were 80 GPUs on the African continent. Those are graphic processing units. That's the computer, that's the engine behind AI. Now there are 2,080 GPUs on the continent. Massive achievement, massive achievement. A large portion of that is because of NVIDIA and NVIDIA's partnership with Cassava Group. So Fatima, I'll start off with you. Can you give us a landscape of what AI is and where it is on the African continent? And also the significance of why these 2,000 GPUs matter. Before you go in, for those who don't know, 92% of all AI runs on computers built by NVIDIA. Yesterday, their CEO gave their earnings $500 billion and over $5 trillion in market cap. So a wealth creation at a scale we've never seen before. But tell us about the GPUs and what AI looks like on the continent.
Sure. I'm super excited to be here to talk about the work that we're doing on the continent. So to Mike's point, prior to the Cassava deal, only 5% of AI practitioners on the continent had access to GPUs. That's 5%. So in as much as there's a lot of rhetoric regarding artificial intelligence on the continent, actual practicality and building applications was really, really minute. That said, to Mike's point, when you think about wealth creation, the largest tech acquisition across EMEA is a Tunisian startup called InstaDeep. They were acquired in 2021 for 700 million. For context, majority of the unicorns in Nigeria that were acquired for around 200 million. So if you're thinking about, creating wealth, creating employment, in as much as there's a lot of conversation about artificial intelligence replacing people, it also creates new economies.
Thank you for that, Fatima. And Emmanuel, I'll go to you. AI has been around for a long time. but AI really captured the imagination of the world when you and your colleagues launched ChatGPT. And from an OpenAI perspective, building these large language models, these agents, where do you see Africa's role in terms of AI innovation? And is there space for an African LLM, let's say?
Well, I think when it comes to AI in general, OpenAI's mission is that AI benefits all of humanity, right? And in order for it to benefit all of humanity, it needs to include Africa. So as a consequence of that, me becoming the Africa lead about 6 months ago, it's also the company's commitment towards the region. When we talk about how AI, or from our respective perspective, is affecting the continent, ChatGPT launched in 2022, right? And then before that, AI became a thing of scientists. But ChatGPT really brought AI to the populace. I think this is quite important, including in Africa. So when I commenced my role as the Africa lead, I traveled the continent, learning about different use cases, right? Whether healthcare and agriculture, we've had different partnerships like Digital Green, Jacaranda Health. This is where I actually saw the implication or application of AI on the continent. When we talk about where's Africa's place, I do believe, similar to mobile money, how mobile money picked up on the continent, like nowhere else in the world, I do believe that we will also see AI-specific use cases coming out of Africa. And I've already been seeing those, right? I was just in Lagos 3 weeks ago where we launched the first OpenAI Academy in Africa. Yeah. And those partnerships already has given us even more motivation, enthusiasm, and use cases on how AI is being used and applied on the continent. So to answer your question, absolutely. Absolutely does Africa has a role to play within our respective company, and then also more broadly on the continent itself.
Well, thank you for that. And see, I mean, I'll go to you now. I mean, we heard the figures, and we're seeing the figures around the level of wealth that AI is creating. The minister was speaking earlier on about, you know, diamonds and the De Beers deal, and we can see what's happening kind of with the diamond price. And a conversation that tech entrepreneurs and technologists are having around the continent is, does leapfrogging for Africa mean shifting our economies largely from mineral bases to tech bases? And if that's required, we're going to need investment at a scale the continent's never had. From your perspective, managing investments for a country like Botswana, how do you think about the AI opportunity? And right now, where would you say African governments are playing in AI investment?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think, yes, it's a given that AI is really impacting the global economy in a very transformative and disruptive manner, as we see. And we cannot talk about the diamond economy exclusive from tech, because usually tech comes to being to come and enable either a sector or industry that's already there. So these things have to be solutions that come to enable the way that we are currently doing things. But I'm going to acknowledge that in Africa, yes, we have to play catch up. We're still a bit behind, if I was to say, when you evaluate country by country, particularly in the aspect of AI uptake. But we have a blueprint. Madam Thomas was here earlier on from the AU. I don't know if everybody in the House knows that we have a continental strategy on AI pronounced by the AU with very 5 clear focus areas and 15 action points. And if every country can acquaint with that and try to customize their interventions around that, I believe we can leapfrog as Africa and get to catch up.
Well, thank you for that. And what do you think the approach should be? Do you think it should be a national approach? Because you've spoken about the AU strategy, you've spoken a little bit about Botswana. When you're looking at the figures, you know, $500 million going to the Stargate project in the US, what should the approach be? Do you think it's a national approach on a domestic level, or should we have a more continental pooling of assets around, you know, African-owned data centers, etc.?
I think in the ideal, it has to be a continental effort, really, but one also has to acknowledge the realities. I'm very happy with the positivity that was reflected here today, that we're beginning to find each other, realize that we can't exist in silos, but it's still a bit of work to be done. So yes, those like-minded countries that can really start in a certain way and really be a motivation for others to come on board, I think it can really take us far.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, to go on a different scale, Siseko, how do you approach, in your mind, building a tech company or an AI company on the African continent? And the reason why I ask is because these companies sitting on your left are giants, right? And there's this term of being bulldozed. So in other words, you find some innovation, build some application, and tomorrow OpenAI or Google or Microsoft comes out with a better version of that. How do you think about this? And tell us a little bit about what use cases you think are unique to the continent.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, so I guess a bit of background on myself, because obviously, as you said, these are giants who sit amongst me. I think one of the things, and just so my name is Siseko Mahlati, so just a bit of background. My full name is Siseko Senkululo Yama Africa, which means the foundation for a free Africa. So I hope my parents had named me in the right way. But in terms of the work that we're trying to do and building a tech company, so I am a managing director of Quantum Age Africa, and trying to build the thing about AI, right, and the world that we're in right now. And I like what my fellow panelists said in terms of catching up for Africa. I tend to try and look at this place that we are as well in a kind of a different way, in the sense of everyone right now is learning, whether you're developing, whether you're emerging, it's one of the most unique places we've ever been in history. So there is a part where, yes, we are catching up, maybe from some of the infrastructure perspective, but it's such a shift in the way that we are going to be doing our business models, our labor patterns, and all of those things need to be contextualized within the African context. So in terms of Mike's question of how do we build tech companies when we have these giants who are there, I can tell you from my perspective in terms of what we're doing in Quantum Age Africa, I think it's to focus on the biggest problems that we have right now, right? So I would say within healthcare, agriculture, education, and what we're doing within the agricultural space, we have a bunch of communal or rural farmers, if you will, who want to be able to sell their produce or product in a certain way. So what we've done is we created a traceability platform where essentially from the farm itself, when they're shaving the sheep wool, when they actually take it to the abattoir and all of that, from the very beginning, it gets traced. And this is done because these need to be done in a certain standard in order for global people to buy from those specific farmers. So if you're able to trace at each step, you're able to understand exactly this is done, what we call, for instance, in the wool industry, it's called the responsible wool standard. So what the platform will do is then train these communal farmers. So using SMS to meet them where they are. Let's say if it's raining today, they'd be like, make sure you put the wool to this side. Those are little nudges that ensure that they are part of this royal wool standard or responsible wool standard. And then they will get access to the global market. And even in getting that...
Just to get there, because I'm just trying to optimize our time. So you're talking about having Africa-specific use cases.
Right.
And that is the differentiating element.
Absolutely.
And perhaps the investment there to link to the CE's piece is how we invest in Africa-specific use cases. But from a kind of corporate perspective in terms of the ecosystem, and Fatima, I'm coming to you here because we've got Dr. Shika in the room over there, who's a living legend in the AI space. She's acquired GPUs this year, visited an NVIDIA partner in Tunisia. And you as NVIDIA have been doing a lot around building an African ecosystem where you have startups, ourselves included, building on your platforms and leveraging your GPUs. What is the state of the AI ecosystem on the continent, and where do you see opportunity for us to do something different here?
Sure, and just to kind of zoom out a little bit to your point about being next to global giants. So, quick story, NVIDIA was the company that delivered a DGX in 2016 to OpenAI, when OpenAI was less than 100 people in their team. So when we look at the ecosystem, it doesn't really matter how big or small you are, as long as you have developers. When we win the mind share of developers, we're able to grow demand. And to your question, when we're looking at the African ecosystem, we see a lot of activity, mainly around North Africa. There tends to be a lot more advanced, and then we see activity around South Africa, and then you have Kenya, and then West Africa is lagging a little bit behind. That's the reality of it. And in terms of opportunities, we're seeing a lot in small language models. You know, a lot of people talk about large language models, but is that necessarily needed here? You know, you could question that. We also see a lot around fraud detection. South Africa, for example, has a lot of enterprise clients. A few of us yesterday were at a McKinsey dinner, and a lot of the questions coming out from the partners were around telco use cases and finance use cases. And in terms of starting, we have to start from universities. So we have a partnership with WITS, which is around the corner.
Yeah.
And going back again to OpenAI, we worked with the researchers when they were in Toronto. So everything from us, when it comes to the ecosystem, really starts from education, going into policy, infrastructure, and then startups, and then creating the use cases. And as you mentioned, we have Dr. Shiko in the house, who is an example of someone who holds a PhD, has worked in commerce, and shameless plug, she has an event tomorrow that people should check out to interact with different practitioners.
Definitely. I mean, just piggybacking on what you said there, you talked about small language models. And for those of you who don't know, basically a large language model is a machine learning model, so a thinking machine that has a lot of information, billions of parameters. What we've been finding in Africa developing AI tools here is that sometimes on the continent it's better to have a small language model. In other words, less information, more specific, makes less errors contextually. That I see Dr. Shika nodding her head. Emmanuel, you guys are releasing small language models as well.
Sorry, say again?
You guys are releasing some small language models as well. And some of your small language models outperform your large language models. So when you look at the African continent and the ecosystem play, do you see OpenAI as a competitor to these small language models on the continent, or as an accelerator in terms of engaging with the ecosystem?
That's a good question, but I do believe from our perspective, as I've mentioned, right, the mission is for AI to benefit the entire world. So for this reason, we see each other, well, as a company, as an enabler, right? There are over 4 million developers that build upon our platform, and they use our technology for their respective operations, for their respective businesses, right? So I think for this reason alone, just by default, by nature of our company, we do see each other as enabler. We've recently launched ChatGPT Go because we've had several conversations about our product. In order for us to make it more accessible, it needs to be affordable, right? So therefore, we launched ChatGPT Go for Africa as an example, which is a low subscription model to enable more people to use the technology. So for this reason, it's not so much a conversation of competition, but rather empowering people to use it. And again, the more I travel the continent and the more I speak to universities like the University of Lagos and others, or even ecosystem developers like 22 on Sloan, which we launched an innovation summit, which happened actually last week. These are the learnings that we need. So we want to come to the ecosystem to be an enabler, empower, and to collaborate, because this, just by nature, this is how we are. And we also started as a research lab, right? For this reason, research includes collaboration. And in order for us to accelerate even development across the continent on AI, it requires partnership. So we see each other as a partner, enabler, and empower.
Well, thank you for that, Emmanuel. And Sia, I'm going to come to you because we went from use cases to talking about the applications of AI, large language models, small language models. At the bedrock of all of this is data.
Yes.
And increasingly, African governments are saying, we want to have sovereign data. We want to have control of our data. Data is currency. It's an asset. It's money. And in the previous industrial revolutions, we mined out raw materials. They were beneficiated somewhere else. Right now, people are mining data, and the finished products, models, etc., are being built elsewhere. How do you view investing in the infrastructure piece?
Yes, it's very important, especially in the area of data centers. But when you talk data centers and their immediate requirement for power consumption, it then triggers another demand for us to invest sufficiently in power and energy. So giving the example of Botswana, for example, we've taken a holistic strategy where we first of all took our partnership or shareholding in the cross-continental undersea cables. We have Easy, we have WEX, and then we have taken a partnership in another one that's promoted by Google. I think it's called I forget the name. Yes, and then currently within the country, we've also invested heavily in fiber because we know what the future holds, and therefore we have to be ready in infrastructure. We've just launched a Tier 3 data center in Botswana that allows multiple hosting.
Congratulations.
It's not just unique to maybe the promoter, but it actually has more than 400 racks where you can co-host within it. I think in the region there are only 2. One is here in Johannesburg, and Botswana is actually the second one. So yes, infrastructure is very key, but I'm against the idea that every country has to go sovereign in these things. If one has already invested, then look at the next stage where you can enable tapping into the capacity of the country that has already done it.
So are you shamelessly telling us that we should perhaps think about co-locating our data and leveraging Botswana as a hub?
You had me.
All right, I've got you there. Thank you so much. I mean, I'm going to ask the crowd by a show of hands. Who here speaks to some form of AI every day? All right. Almost every hand in the room is up. An interesting stat we did in terms of a piece of research I was involved in is that Africa's young people, so people under the age of 35 on the continent, are the largest users of AI anywhere in the world. 80% of African youth say they use AI every day. And what's interesting is we've got an intersection where round about that same amount of youth say they want to be entrepreneurs as opposed to working. I mean, Siseko, practically speaking, how do you think about AI as an enabler for entrepreneurship and a solution to the unemployment challenge on the continent?
Absolutely, thanks, Mike. Yeah, so I think in terms of, from an entrepreneurship standpoint in AI, I think one of the key things that we've seen, and I'm based in New York as well, and I consult for a Silicon Valley-based company, and obviously there's a talk about job replacements and all of that, right? Now, linking it back to entrepreneurship, one of the things that AI has helped to do now, the reason why people are speaking about job replacement is because a lot of it is related to these rule-based types of labor, accounting, law, all of that type of stuff. Now, what AI does is essentially augments that, right? So if you're an entrepreneur, the barriers to be an entrepreneur are now being lowered, because you're able to have an AI agent that can do some of your accounting, an AI agent that can do some of your law, an AI agent that can do some of your back office functions. And I think that's the key to understand that we have a full workforce of entrepreneurs in Africa, because that's the future that it's going to be. And all of these entrepreneurs to be solving African problems, essentially.
No, and I love that you say that. I think one of the things we've said to our corporate clients is you're not going to replace all your jobs by AI, but your company will be replaced by a company using AI. Yeah. And the bank using AI versus the traditional bank will always lose to the bank using AI. And the employee who's using AI and agents to respond to emails, to organize themselves, is going to win. So I think it's about having an openness to AI and looking at where you can optimize your own life, the use case of AI. An embarrassing thought that maybe the audience should answer, and I want to ask you guys another question, before we go to our closing remarks from the panelists. How many of you here have used AI to respond to a personal question? So all of a sudden we have far fewer hands. But stats from OpenAI and other AI companies indicate that actually the majority of the use of AI comes down to personal things like mental health, responding to family, responding to friends, asking someone, for a meeting or a date or things like that. So AI is increasingly encroaching on our personal lives, right? So a personal question for us to maybe reflect on. In 2050, Busi mentioned it, we're going to have the coming of age of our demographic dividend. And on this panel, we've got a full panel of Africans representing multiple stakeholders. But I want you to answer this question in your individual capacities. What would you like to be said about AI in 2050? What would you like to be said about AI's impact on the continent? Emmanuel, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I would like to see the topic of AI being demystified, right? Whenever I go to schools or I meet students, oftentimes the conversation is AI being utilized or perceived as something abstract, yet AI is already here. So in 2050, I would like to see school curriculums, university curriculums, really reflecting the times that we live in, right? Are we preparing the next generation to create jobs through AI? So my ideal scenario would be people being more knowledgeable how to utilize it beyond just for the use of writing an email, and to really integrate it in a way into their respective life so that it actually does create businesses, revenue, jobs, and yeah, so that the AI can just be used in general as a tool for empowerment, as opposed to just being perceived as something abstract that is out there and not being used.
Siseko? Yeah, I think from the African context and what I would like to see from AI is, as I sort of mentioned before, addressing the problems on the African continent. I was on a panel recently, we was talking about AI, but within the creative context. And what we've obviously seen in creatives and for our actual culture being distributed across the world, whether it's music, piano, Afro beats, all of that. And that we've seen specific types of awards that have now been created by those global companies for the African continent. Now, within the context of this right now in AI, I would like us to have our own AI problems being solved and our own innovation so that it's not within the westernized context. You know, as I mentioned, I consult for a Silicon Valley-based firm, and those problems aren't the same as ours. And one of the things that my mom would always say is that modernization does not necessarily mean westernization. So we need to really come up with AI solutions that are specific to our continent.
Yeah. See?
Yeah, I recently attended a global conference in one of the East European countries speaking on AI. And the most common phrase there, scary, is that actually humanity is but a passing phase of intelligence.
Wow.
People are already thinking beyond us, that maybe one day these machines are actually going to take over. But I think going forward, especially for Africa, yes, we must acknowledge that.
When I'm thinking about AI in the future, African issues, specifically around sickle cell, and that work is actually already being done by a team in Ghana called Yamachi, Jacaranda Health. They're mutual partners of all of us here. They're doing fantastic work in Kenya. So it's mainly really focused on the challenges that we have here and leveraging artificial intelligence to solve them and creating jobs as a midst of doing that.
I mean, it's interesting, Emmanuel talked about AI education and AI literacy. Siseko said, let's make it African. You said, let's make it safe. And Fatima rounded up by saying, you know what, we need to have Africa-specific use cases. So the interesting thing is that we have a future-oriented conversation, but those who are going to influence the future are the people in this room. So a parting thought is that when 2050 comes, as much as we can imagine what we want to be said about AI, at the end of the day, what's written is going to be what we did to make it happen. So to end with a revolutionary thought, Patrice Lumumba said, history one day will have its say, but it won't be the history written in Brussels, Washington, or the United Nations. It'll be the history written in Africa. Yes. A history of glory and dignity. And with that, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike Banya. Thank you so much to our panelists. Incredible indeed and so inspiring. Thank you very, very much. When I think of the saying, nothing is impossible to a willing heart, I think of Mike Banya. The future is indeed bright. Africa, it is now. This is our time. We're going to take a quick lunch break, 15 minutes. Thank you so much once again for your time. Please do return. And thank you once again for a great day. and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you so much, and may you kindly take your seats. I'm loving the ambience here, the connection. This is what Africa is all about. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our second discussion explores Africa's path to sustainable energy, mining, environmental responsibility, and long-term competitiveness. And our moderator for that is the one and only Buhle Piwe Hlatsayo of TIME Africa. Warm round of applause, Buhle.
Thank you, Mama. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and your excellencies. Welcome to TIME Africa Impact Dialogue. Our panel today is titled Africa's Place in the Global Economy, focusing on energy, on mining, and sustainability. There can be no global transition without African minerals.
That, or the sense that these are two separate streams that should be brought together at certain times and then separated again. Ultimately, those societies that have succeeded, there is a real integration between the policy making, the political world, and the economic world. It's not that these people inhabit different planets and they communicate at certain times when the creation of that kind of understanding that actually we are one. We're about this country, we're about this continent, we're about creating wealth, we're about creating jobs for people, we're about creating dignity for us as a people. This is one thing. It's just that I wake up and I go to an office where I have a mining business. The guy was a politician like Minister Lamula wakes up and goes to Parliament and does what he does. But there is no difference in the consequences in which we want. So that's the first perspective I have. The second perspective I have is I have learned as an executive, for instance, as the managing director of Transnet some years back, that the government, by definition, always have many, many objectives that are quite contradictory sometimes. And all of them are right, and this is the problem. All of them are right. And to try and synthesize for people in policy and in government, how you can integrate these things such that these objectives don't collide. I was struck by, I think it was a minister from the president's office, talking about the targets of women empowerment and people with disabilities. And I was trying to add the percentages that, for women enterprises, this percent, for this percent, and adding them and realize that they are beyond 100. If you're talking about.
I think your perspective really sets the entire tone of the conversation. You speak a lot about creating wealth, about dignity, about job opportunity. And I really want to move the conversation more into investment for Botswana and the region.
All right, thank you very much. First, maybe let me also take the opportunity to introduce the MDCB. The MDCB is really the government's investment arm in the mining and mineral space, really seeking to grow, optimize, and diversify the government's investments in the sector. So similar to what you were saying, when the MDCB was set up, this was really government saying, we need to separate ourselves from the role of being regulator and an investor. Therefore, we cannot be a player and a referee. So focus on that. So at MDCB, I think what we're trying to position ourselves is to say, we've set ourselves a North Star to say we need to develop the mining sector and really look at focusing on 3 specific things to try and shift our portfolio towards a targeted growth. So we set ourselves a target of about 1 billion pula, where we're looking at $1 billion rather, to grow our portfolio to $1 billion. And we're saying, how do we do this in the mining sector that we currently have, right? So we've looked at 3 areas in which we wish to really look at. So we're looking to sharpen our investment portfolio, be saying, how do we transition from the normal mining that we've been doing to the transition minerals that we're currently looking at, right? So what we've undertaken is a process to say, first we need to go back and say, let's look at what is there available in country, right? So we undertook a study to be able to appreciate the landscape that is currently there, to say, let us understand the minerals and resources that are available in the country. And then what we understood as well is that from a development point of view, there's very little investment in the development side. So I think what we've decided to do is to say we're going to set up an exploration company to really try and build new resources or new developments within the country to be able to drive this investment strategy of ours. But what we've realized is that, look, what's critical for the development of the mining industry is really to bring in partners, right? To say, how do we collaborate with other parties within the region and internationally to develop these? So we're coming up with different investment structures that we're looking to implement, which will be able to assist and guide the process in which we're trying to achieve our North Star, as we call it. So what we're looking to do as well, we're looking to say our second pivot point is to say, let us not only focus on natural resources, right? We need to move up the value chain to capture a lot more of the value that is available in that regard. And therefore, how do you do that? We therefore looking at some of the minerals, looking at partnerships to say, in Botswana as an example, we know we don't have all the resources required maybe to implement, the EV value chain. So we want to, I think the Minister, Roger Lamula, spoke to it earlier to say, we need to come together and build a SADC strategy. We need to work with some of our SADC counterparts to say, how do we build a critical minerals policies and frameworks such that we work together and bring the resources that we have across the board to really try and assist in building this North Star that we're moving towards. And I think critical to that, of course, is one, looking to leverage off the reputation of Botswana, but two, also implementing significant ESG principles that will really then allow us to be able to access different forms of capital that will allow us to move towards this goal of ours.
Thank you, sir. You raised some very pivotal points there. You spoke about looking at what's available in terms of minerals. You've looked at, exploration and also strengthening partnerships. And I think most importantly, you also touched a lot on SADC and having a stronger strategy. And I think this leads us to Dr. Didi, who obviously looks at things in terms of like sustainability and standards. Dr. Didi, just tying into what Mr. Modise just spoke about, how is ISSB ensuring Africa is not disadvantaged, but instead becomes more competitive and investment attractive?
I think my previous speakers, it's very glad to be here with both of you and to listen to you, have spoken to some of that. So I will follow your lead. So I'm the Africa representative on the International Sustainability Standards Board. I'm looking at one of my brothers because I was complaining to my brother here and saying, why is it all Botswana, Botswana? And, my Nigerian brother then said, but Botswana's great. And I said, yes, Botswana is great. And then we realized that one of my good friends, Tapelo, who used to be the Capital Markets Authority lead in Botswana and is now Capital Markets Authority lead in Rwanda, which is awesome. See how we're changing resources. Is his neighbor, and Tapelo is actually there. He's at the B20 Summit, so you guys will catch up later. Yeah. So just as an aside, I represent Africa on the ISSB board. So I speak for you, or at least I try to, and I've done that for the last 3 years. And what the ISSB is it's the sister board of the International Accounting Standards Board of the IFRS Foundation. So the accounting standards that are used in 140 countries around the world and have been for the last 20 years, are now being complemented by sustainability-related financial disclosures. Why is that important? And what is important to note about sustainability in this context, it is not climate. If we remember what the minister was saying earlier today, we don't get enough climate finance. We are the least emitters, but we're the hardest hit. So why do we need to care at all about climate? And it's not climate. Sustainability means climate and everything else. So what are we working on now? Nature. Nature is so focused on everything that you do, the mineral reserves that we draw out of the earth, workforce related, human capital, again, we spoke about it earlier today, our talent, our creative content that is not properly valued, that doesn't receive fair value. So sustainability is really all of those things. And what do we do at the ISSB? We're writing the sustainability-related financial disclosures that help to give a fuller picture of what the prospects of an entity are. So what are the risks that you need to look at when you said you can't raise all the money or the capital that you require in Botswana? You need to look across Africa, you need to look globally. The question is, that's one, and second, if you're operating in different jurisdictions, how do you make sure it's a level playing field? How do you make sure that it's comparable information? How do you make sure that you're communicating the information that you have to investors in an effective way to do what? Unlock the capital flows that you need. So how does that connect to your question? Well, first of all, the ISSB standards, and the reason why we have an Africa rep, and the reason why I'm so proud of Africa is because we led. So we ran a conference at the B20 side event on Monday. Dr. Mahmoud, I was saying to you earlier, he's at the UN, was one of the people, the first ministers in a conglomeration to stand up and say, we will endorse the ISSB standards if we're the African ministers of finance. And it was ministers from Egypt, from Nigeria, and various other jurisdictions that stood up and said, but we need capacity building. We need to understand what this is about, and we need to make sure that we're leaning in. I'll give you an example. There's a mining or an extractive industries exposure draft that the ISSB has put out to the public. It closes on the 30th of November. And the call to the world is, please look at these metrics and tell us whether they're fit for purpose. How many people in the room have responded to that? I'm looking and I don't see one single hand. Even though since July, I've been talking about this. I know that Anglo-American has responded, Volterra Platinum, I'm just talking about South African entities. I know that ESCOM has responded extensively and has had meetings over the last 4 months consistently with the technical team to say, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this works, change this. But nobody in the room has. And so if a global set of standards is being developed, and I'll stop here, and we're not weighing in on shaping those standards, even though we use the accounting standards, our CFOs own and are clear on these standards, but now ESG, you call it ESG, I call it sustainability, sustainability-related risks and opportunities that are strongly social, this part of the world. But also, nature is a huge window. Natural resources are key, are being shaped. If we don't lean in and shape those standards, what will happen is there are global standards and we will say, oh, they don't speak to us. But that's because we didn't lean in. And that is where the competitive edge comes in. If there are standards that are being written that can help Africa communicate the way we see risks, and especially opportunities, and can leverage those things we heard about in the previous panel, for example, technology, which is an enabler for us, our workforce, our natural resources, what we need to do is we need to help, just like we're doing with B20, G20, that we've brought to the African continent, we need to write the rules that apply to the world. And not just take them and comply with them. We need to write them so that we're competitive and we're winning. Because that's how the cost of capital goes down, that's how the assessment of risk is real, and that is the way that we drive competition, business, and economic growth for our continent.
Yes, round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Didi. I mean, I feel like that was quite insightful and very in-depth. Thank you for sharing. Bama, I'd like to come back to you. You are a veteran in this field, and I would be amiss if I did not ask you this question. Firstly, what do you think, in your view, is Africa's real strategic leverage in today's global energy transition? And where do you believe South Africa can still build real competitive advantage? I know Dr. Didi just touched on it, but I would love to hear it from your perspective. And where are we also underplaying our hand?
Maybe let me start by where we're underplaying our hand. I was speaking to a minerals expert from one of the large investment banks in the world. And he was telling me that he brought his boss to Johannesburg a couple of months ago. And when he'd understood the mineral wealth of South Africa, he remarked that here is all the wealth, the mineral wealth is, but there is no company of any size anymore that resides in Johannesburg. Billiton became BHP Billiton and they left. Anglo has left. We don't really have the infrastructure now that we used to have in terms of large mining companies that actually can tackle large projects. What's the disadvantage of that? The disadvantage of that is that all the capital that we need has to be brought from outside, and all the return that is made has to be repatriated somewhere else. And if there's one thing I've learned in the mining industry is, I think, focus on exploration. Or there is no money in South Africa or across the continent for exploration. Talking to guys from Tanzania who are working on graphites in Tanzania recently, they're running around town and other towns, to find the money for exploration. There are two places where you're going to get money for exploration, Australia or Canada. And what they do, they're not mining companies. They just come in at that time, de-risk, bankable feasibility, sell to an Anglo or somebody else. If we don't break that, we are not going to have any progress forward at all. On the other issue of what are the resources that the continent has, I think that's recorded well. I mean, we got 80% of manganese here, 80% of phosphates in Morocco. We have 70% of cobalt in the minerals are here. There's a lot of stuff that we don't know, actually. We haven't surveyed properly. So we know that kind of stuff. The real question is whether we can really create first a market ourselves. And that creation of that market, for me, begins with funding the money for exploration, the risk-taking at the first phase of the development of the projects. Because if we don't own that, we'll never own anything in the value chain.
Yeah. Very powerful. They deserve a round of applause. So my next question, which will be a closing question, we are running up behind time, so we have to cut the panel a bit short. The question will be to all three of you speakers. It will be, if Africa had to redesign its minerals and energy strategy from scratch, what would be the non-negotiables, especially around ownership, around value addition? How can we build a more competitive advantage? And again, I go back to competitive because I feel like that is the common thread of the conversation. And lastly, what bold moves should we be making to claim our rightful global position? I'll start with you, Dr. Didi.
Oh boy. First of all, we've already taken a bold move. You're here because it's also G20, B20. I think it was a long time coming. I have been super impressed by the way that the business and the government have aligned in South Africa over the last year, leading up to B20, G20. And I think that, long after the drumming and the speaking and the, general engagements have stopped, I think one of the bold moves is this is not just South Africa's B20 and G20, it is Africa's B20 and G20 in an extremely difficult time. Geopolitics is up in the air. Trade is being challenged in ways that we haven't for a long time seen. And we forget that just 5 years ago it was COVID, which disrupted everything. So businesses have struggled. And yet we have seen actually in terms of the capital markets, including South Africa, but also my own country, Nigeria, although I say that I'm South African and Nigerian, we've seen new listings emerge and we've seen disruptive thinking. So from that period of time, 5 years ago, there was no ISSB. My chair is in the country at the moment, and I'll just reference briefly to him. He used to be the chief executive officer and chair of Danone. And yesterday we had a couple of meetings with a couple of ministers, and what came through was, his old life, that there are many people in the townships in South Africa who remember Danone as something that gave nutrition and something that gave that, so I see a few nods in the room, that elevated your status at that time. And that is what the role of business is. It is actually to create value. And that's what the ISSB standards are written for, so that when as a business you're thinking about your business, you're thinking, how does my business create value? Not just as an entity, but end to end. I was speaking to the UN representative here, the permanent representative who's responsible for water and sanitation. He's from India. And I said to him, India is thinking about the adoption of the ISSB standards. I think there are only 3 G20 countries that have not yet adopted these standards. That's South Africa, Saudi Arabia, and India, those 3. So in other words, this is becoming a general language, but it's a language that we can lean in on and shape. And why do we need to shape it? And now I go back to my old passion, my old life, which is actually in the informal sector, well before Dangote. End to end, businesses manage risks and opportunities with supply chain actors that are smaller entities, that are many, many young people, and that are also the informal sector that very often doesn't figure in GDP. And we need to, as business, figure out, especially in the mining sector, which has such an impact on local communities as well, figure out where are the risks and how do we articulate those so that it's clear that actually African companies understand these risks and they manage them extremely well. One. Two, how do we unlock the opportunities so that that story is better told? And most importantly, to the point that you made, how do we unlock that capital? Because right now, as large as South Africa's capital market is, it is over 70% of the whole of Africa's capital market. It is only 1% of the global capital market. And that is just not okay. So we need to focus on unlocking those capital flows, managing our risks better, getting the cost of capital down so that we can bring that capital into the country. But more importantly, we first have to invest in our own countries collaboratively and drive trade and drive supply chain resilience so that we're protecting from the largest entities that are listed right down to the last mile. And we can only do it if we do it together.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Didi. Mr. Medisa, please, in 1 minute.
Yes, I think Dr. Didi took them all. Look, I think for me it's really to, I think Africa is at a defining moment, right? So your non-negotiables that you speak to is that we need to move away from pit to port. We need to, drive, enforce that a lot more value addition is done in our countries. We really need to drive the partnerships. I think we have for too long, I believe, we've done things in isolation. We work as specific countries and don't work as regional blocks or even as a continent. So for me, I think that is critical. Two, the bold moves or things that need to be done. I think we really need to invest significantly in our infrastructure, right? So I think there's a lot of rail infrastructure, particularly in SADC, I think, that needs to be implemented to ensure that we unlock some of these minerals. And as my panelist said, my co-panelist said earlier, we need to invest in exploration. I think we need to find the money. Governments and corporates and investors need to invest in exploration. Find those new deposits that will take Africa to the new horizon.
Thank you so much. Bob?
I think they've said it all. I'm involved in a business which is pit to port. Even getting it from pit to the port is difficult. So this infrastructure thing is a piece of this puzzle, is a very, very important one. But we need to rethink whether we don't reinforce the pit to port kind of thing. I was reading last night in preparation for this panel, the agreement between the EU and Namibia on the port of Lüderitz. And it's got a piece in it that says we need to industrialize and all of that. But the money that's coming to do the feasibility study is dealing with the port so that the stuff can be exported. So when you read the intention and the good intent, it's okay, but when you read the actual implementation, the money that came from the EU for the feasibility studies is how to improve the port of Lüderitz so that the product that they expect to get out of Namibia can be exported. So I think that's one of the things, that, other than the capital for exploration, is how to rethink the way in which our infrastructure is structured, whether in fact it reinforces the old ways or whether it creates new ones.
So powerful.
Very powerful. I think on that high note, this leads us to the end of our panel. I would like to thank our very esteemed panelists who have been very, very insightful. I believe they'll be given a round of applause.
Applause for you, you finished on time.
In closing, I believe what we've learned today is that Africa is not a passive participant in the global economy. We are central to the future. And conversations like these with experts such as our panelists show us that we are closer to ownership, we are closer to creating value, equity, we are closer to creating our own capital, and lastly, to investing in our own countries. My name is Buhlepiwe Hlatrayo. It's been an honor moderating this panel today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I absolutely agree with Bab Saki Makozoma. Round of applause to you, Buhle, for keeping time. Thank you so much. That was lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Didi. Thank you so much. Thank you. And as Didi said, how can our businesses bring value as well? And how can we unlock that capital? Very insightful indeed. Our third panel looks at the backbone of economic growth, infrastructure, transport systems, and the tourism sector. Our moderator for that will be Jason Koch, Managing Partner at GVP Investments. Thank you so much, Jason. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm out of style. How's everybody doing this afternoon? Good. I'm Jason Koch, Managing Partner of Global Venture Partners, Director of TIME Africa, and dignitaries, excellencies, honorable ministers, thank you for being in attendance. Yes, I'll be moderating the panel for infrastructure, transport, and tourism. So I'd like to welcome to the stage my esteemed panelist, Mr. Davidson Simango, CEO of Zotis Group. Dave Milne, Group Hospitality Executive Head from Piermont Global. Let's see. And Mr. Aaron Munetsi, CEO of Airlines Association of Southern Africa, who's getting mic'd up, so we'll give him a second. Have a seat, John. Welcome, man. No, it's all right. In the interest of time, gentlemen, I hope you don't mind if you just jump into it. Aaron, you've emphasized aviation's role as an economic lifeline for Africa and flagged issues around supply chain infrastructure and regulation. How critical is intra-African air connectivity for opening up new tourism corridors and supply chain linkages, and what infrastructure investments are needed to accelerate this?
Right, so just a quick question. By show of hands, how many Africans are in the room? Okay, few hands here. Fellow Africans, I've got 2 or 3 questions for you. First, and very quickly, so what's the population of Africa?
Is it one?
No? A second question, fellow Africans, what language is the most spoken language in Africa? Vusi, don't Google, eh? What language? Hey, somebody says Swahili and you are wrong. What language is the most spoken language in Africa? Yes. Vusi, you see, fellow Africans are getting a little bit irritable. Okay, the third question, you have to get it right. You have to get this one right, colleagues. So we know that the longest river in Africa is the Nile River. Yes. And actually, Nile River is the longest river in the world. Did you know that? So fellow Africans, what is the third longest river in Africa? Google again, yeah? So here is the thing.
Yes.
When we talk about infrastructure, we talk about tourism, we as Africans ourselves don't even know much about ourselves. I can assure you, if I was asking about Europe, about USA, the answers would be coming like this. So infrastructure starts with what you have in the mind. Saki said it earlier on. What do you have in the mind? We cannot build what we don't have in terms of understanding what we can do, what we can be. The population of the continent is 1.4 billion. right? We are 20% of the world's population. And yet, our contribution to global travel is a measly 2%. Now, the infrastructure that we are actually proud of using for aviation, for tourism, is a handover from the colonialists. Think about how many countries on the continent have actually had new build airports. But never mind that. To answer your question, so here's the thing. When we don't have that concept of who we are as Africans and what we need. Now, contrast this with Europe, for example. I was reading United Nations World Tourism Organization report, July 2025. Spain recorded 83 million visitors, first quarter 2025. 83 million visitors. If you put Morocco, South Africa, Zambia, Kenya, and Rwanda together, the total is 18 million, 1/8. What do they have in Spain besides Madrid and Barcelona? So we don't have the infrastructure in terms of the mindset that we have to start with. We need to have the mindset that builds the infrastructure of actually making sure that we actualize what we already have. That's the first thing. The second thing is, yes, the infrastructure we inherited from the colonialists is crumbling, and we need to be able to intentionally say that we don't need anybody else. 1.4 billion people, if we can only manage to get 10% of that 1.4 billion to travel within Africa through initiatives of the African Union, the single Africa air transport market, for example, will open up the continent to our airlines. Did you know that on the African continent we have 113 airlines, 113 airlines? The total number of aircraft for these airlines, of all of them in Africa, is not even 600 aircraft. One airline in the Middle East has got 720 aircraft. I can keep going and going and going and make you feel uncomfortable, because that's exactly what I want you to do. I want you to feel uncomfortable because the infrastructure that we need to... Some more. The infrastructure that we need to build is not for anybody else, it's for us. And so when we die and we leave this continent to the next generation, what are we leaving behind for them? This collapsing infrastructure? This mindset that says anything that comes from the west or north is better than ours? Right. What we need to do is say, when we leave this room, we need to say to ourselves two things. Number one, what are we going to do about the resources that we have already? We're not looking for any resources anywhere. We already have them here. The second thing is we're talking about sustainability. The infrastructure itself has to be sustainable, not from a long-term point of view, but from just taking to the next generation so that we can build what actually everybody else begins to believe is an Africa that we want to do. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. That deserves a round of applause. Thank you for that. I bet when you were all getting dressed this morning, you didn't think you were going to come here and get quizzed on African geography, but here we are. Thank you for that. Davidson, you led Zodas into infrastructure, transport, and urban development projects all across Africa. In your view, what are the top 3 infrastructure bottlenecks in Africa's transport and logistics chain that most directly affect tourism and tourism growth?
Oh, thank you, Jason. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Davison Simango, CEO and co-founder of Zotas Group. So just to give you a brief background of who we are and what we're doing on the continent. So we are an infrastructure investment company based in the United Kingdom, but with operations in Africa as well as East Asia. So in Africa, our flagship project is a smart city in Botswana in partnership with the Government of Botswana. So we are developing it's the first integrated special economic zone smart city in in Southern Africa, modeled after Dubai. And just a month ago, the project was selected as a global impact initiative at the Asia City Summit in Dubai, held under the patronage of His Royal Highness. So the bottlenecks to answer your question, the bottlenecks that I think affect Africa, adding on to what Mr. Aaron was saying, is poor air connectivity. When you look at, for example, someone that wants to do business from Accra to Johannesburg, it's impossible. We don't have direct flights, right? So you have to travel like from Accra to Addis or even to the Middle East in order for you to make it to Johannesburg. But how do we mitigate all of that? We need direct connectivity because the world now is connected. And all the capital cities on the continent, they need to be connected. And then you also look at another bottleneck is visas, It makes it impossible for people to travel, for tourists just to go to the neighboring countries because the requirements for the visas, they're just impossible. So we really need to look at those things that make it easy for inter-country travel. That will boost tourism. But until we, the regulators, the governments, ease move of, people, movement of trade, we're going to face these challenges. Look at Europe, for example. The whole Europe, they don't have borders, right? Why do we have borders in Africa? Why? Why are we so separated? We need to come together. We need to come together as well as, look at the infrastructure that we have on the continent. Like, for example, in other countries, like the rail. It was built by our colonizers centuries ago. But why haven't we taken the initiative as Africans, to improve? Europe, for example, I'll use Europe as an example. Look at the high-speed rails that they have. Why can't we invest into that, to have high-speed trains? Because our tracks, they were built centuries ago. So I think those are the three bottlenecks that we need to improve on. And in Zota City, the smart city in Botswana, some of our core pillar developments are the expansion of Hanzi Airport. So we're going to develop, to expand that airport into an international airport, connecting all the capital cities with Botswana, because we are building a city that will boost trade and logistics, within Southern Africa.
Thank you. That's key. That's key. I think one of the most important things. Yeah, you can clap for that. Thank you. I think one of the most important things you said, which is massively important, is the special economic zones. When you mentioned a city like Dubai, one of the reasons why it's grown and developed so quick is that the ease of being able to do business and having that interconnectivity. So it's very key and very important. Dave, with deep experience in operations and infrastructure and hospitality in Africa, many destinations have strong tourism potential but weak infrastructure. If you can prioritize one upgrade that would immediately boost tourism and hotel occupancy, which would you choose and why?
So from my side, and you know what, it wasn't rehearsed, and I didn't know what Aaron and anybody else was going to say, but mine is all about public transport. And when I'm talking public transport, I'm talking all forms of transport. Airline is public transport, the rail system is public transport, busing, metros, that's the critical thing for me is from a movement, from a tourism perspective, from your international travelers, and I'm not just saying international, but even with your African travelers, to be able to move around. It's not happening. I think that's really where we need, if I could say, invest in that, and that's really where it's going to make a difference. Definitely, for me, probably, I think from a South African perspective, I'm talking from South Africa, rail, because leading on from the conversation earlier, the movement of minerals, the movement of all this stuff, from production to ports, all this type of stuff. The rail infrastructure, unfortunately, the rail infrastructure has dissipated. But I think it's critical that we get it. I was actually having a look earlier, and I don't know the reason, but I was looking at, I thought, you know what,
the Gautrain is great. Okay, unfortunately, it just doesn't get to all the tourism destinations in Johannesburg that we would like. It doesn't go to Soweto. It doesn't go out. It's basically city centre out to the east, which is to the airport. So I thought, well, you know what? Only people that catch it aren't necessarily just tourists. But I know that if I go from Park Station to the airport, it's 240 Rand. Now, in international currency in dollars and pounds and euros, that's not necessarily much. But where I battle to understand it is if I go from Park Station to Rhodesfield Station, which is 800 meters before the airport, it's 49 Rand. It's only 800 meters more. For those last 800 meters, I'm paying 191 Rand more. Is that because the market is a captive market at the airport? And you don't find that anywhere else in the world. If you catch I don't care, you catch the tube, yes, there's a Heathrow Express that people can go in if you're in the UK. But realistically, for me, transport. And I think it's the way we look at the infrastructure, how we develop the infrastructure to enhance tourism within the continent.
Right. You mentioned moving around. Davidson, you also mentioned modality in terms of having high-speed rails. So I'll pose this question to you, Mr. Aaron. You describe aviation as an economic lifeline. Could you unpack how airport infrastructure and aviation logistics link directly into the greater tourism supply chain ecosystem?
So unfortunately for us on the continent, somehow we equate tourism to international arrivals. So if you're looking for a tourist, you look for a pale-skinned person who doesn't speak your language, comes from elsewhere. You wouldn't look at your own brother and sister as a tourist. But here's the thing. The United Nations World Tourism Organization definition of a tourist is a person who spends a day or more away from home. So therein lies the opportunity for us to not even start thinking about enabling tourism through airports. We can enable tourism through the Gautrain. We can encourage tourism through the combis, the taxis, the daladalas, the trotos, the matatus. As long as people can travel from home to wherever they want to go and experience something, that's where it starts. But yes, from, I think, a developmental point of view, we also have to understand and appreciate that we are not an island as a continent. So we also need to be able to attract visitors. Deliberately, I use the word visitors because tourists do and see what they came to do. Visitors see and do what they do as they go along. So I would rather have more visitors than tourists. Because at the end of the day, what we have seen from statistics is that the tourists that come from Africa, actually the visitors that come from Africa spend much more money than the tourists that come from outside Africa. Those guys want Africa on a shoestring, and our guys come here and spend their own fortune on the continent. So the airports, in terms of a facility, yes, it's a facility that we need because there are no two places that are too far if there are two airports. So that's a link. And I think the Agenda 2063 addresses this through three flagship projects. The Single Africa Air Transport Market, which speaks about liberalization. And liberalization encourages African countries to invest in airport facilities and also road facilities that link the airports to the target market audiences. So that's one that also encourages airports. The second one is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Trade can only happen if there is movement of goods, people, and services. And most of the time, because of the vast nature of the African continent, did you know that the African continent is the second biggest landmass continent in the world? You can fit China, India, the Europe, and the USA, all of them into Africa, and there's still space for more countries. The challenge is that we actually cannot traverse this continent because of the lack of facilities such as road and rail. The only way that we can fast-track the traverse of the continent is by building more airports. So that's the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, encouraging us to build airports so that we can start trading with each other. And by the way, another statistic, did you know that intra-Africa trade right now in 2025 is a measly 8%. We only trade 8% with each other as Africans. 92% of our trade is with countries outside the continent. And yet, the statisticians and the economicians tell us that if we improve intra-Africa trade by 12% to get to 20%, we will increase the GDP of Africa by a very good ratio of almost 12 to 15%. It's easy pickings, colleagues, and it can be done by making sure that we've got the facilities through airport movement. It's a fast track that we can have to be able to move people and goods. The last project that the African Union has got under Agenda 2063 is called FMP, Free Movement of People. And you spoke about it earlier on. One of my biggest bed bugs with African bureaucracy is this thing called visas. I always tell people, and I wish there were ministers in this room, the people that you are trying to stop from coming to your country are already there. The ones that you are effectively stopping are the bona fide tourists. The ones that can give you bank statements, they can give you proof of ownership, proof of address. They are the ones that you are stopping because now you want the DNA of their great-grandmother and the grandfather. Wake up, Africa. So with those three flagship projects, when we have mastered the art of moving people around the continent and moving goods and services, we are then going to need fast-track movement because we are a big continent in terms of how vast we are. 37 million square kilometers. That's how big we are. When you talk about America, it's not even 1/10 of the size of Africa. And America is only 380 million people. We are 1.4 billion people. So we need a lot of airports. Right now, as we speak, we've got about 420 commercial airports. It's not enough. But then we are competing with other facilities that are required, like schools, hospitals, and so forth. I would say that we must have a strategic alliance between how we build airports, the road infrastructure, and everything else that we need, but it must be structured according to what the African Union calls Agenda 2063. And by the way, it doesn't mean we wait until 2063. We are building towards getting there.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. Since we're coming up on time, and if I'll ask you three gentlemen an open-ended question that I'd love to get your perspective on. As Africa aims for sustainable growth, how do you balance high-value tourism with environmental and social impact?
Go first.
Anybody?
Thanks, Aaron.
Feel free to jump in. Yeah.
Look, I think it's difficult. I think, when you start looking at where it's going to go, what it's going to do. If I look at Africa and you look at yes, it's great to have a youthful economy and young people and all this type of stuff. The problem we've really gotten when I start looking, so people say to me, what do I want from tourism? What are we going to have the impact on tourism and how are we going to get through it? Realistically, yes, with the growth of tourism, we need to be able to skill the youth to participate within the space. We need to make sure from an education perspective that the curriculums are right, that there's, a bit of public-private partnership, that we develop it for the industry so that what we need in the industry in the short term starts to be in the education system. So we're developing those people so that they can come into the tourism workforce. And that's from any aspect. That's from airlines, hotels, anything that's around that tourism base. I think that's where we need to focus, is focus on the development of the youth. And that's not the youth as the tourism market. That's the youth as the industry.
Right. Agreed. Upskilling and empowering the youth is always key. Agreed. We have time for one more. I'll direct it to you, Davidson. For investors looking to back infrastructure tied to tourism and beyond, what metrics or KPIs would you recommend they focus on?
So I'll answer you using what we practically using in partnership with the government of Botswana. So the government has come in as a partner into this mega giga project. So the budget for that is $50 billion. But we need partnerships, right? We need partnerships to raise that amount. And the government is coming in as an enabler. They're giving us all the incentives, all the approvals that are needed. And then that will allow us now as a private sector to raise the funds, right? So we raise the funds from development banks, private institutional investors, as well as green bonds. We're building a smart city, so we powered by green energy and stuff like that. So we're leveraging on that, by raising green bonds and as well as reaching out to the wider investment networks to make sure that we reach our milestones and we achieve our goals.
Excellent, excellent. Well, since we're coming up on time in a bit, thank you to our panelists for the insight and the clarity today. It's clear that Africa's tourism growth depends on stronger infrastructure, smarter connectivity, and better coordination across sectors. These conversations move us closer to unlocking that potential. So I appreciate everyone here for being a part of it, and I appreciate you guys as well. Thank you.
I'd like to know from Aaron, I'm still invested. I went to ChatGPT quickly. What is the biggest language in Africa? And I was the one who was very excited and said, Swahili. You said no. So please, can you clarify that? I think that is very...
The language that is the most spoken language in Africa is French.
It's French. Wow, I did not know.
Parle français beaucoup.
Merci. Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much. Listen, you learn every day. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to please welcome my dear brother, Vusi Thembekwayo, Executive Chairman of Thembekwayo Legacy Group and founder of My Growth Fund Venture Partners. Vusi, thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Let's try that again. Good morning, everybody. Here in South Africa, we show energy here. For those of you who are visiting from outside the shores, welcome you to the greatest country in the world. If you're not clapping, I take it you're Nigerian. That's perfectly fine. You are forgiven. First, let me just say to Josh and the team at TIME Africa, thank you for putting this together. To my sister Busi and everybody who's worked behind the scenes, you've done indelible, incredible work to put this together. Yes. The difficulty with these things is we meet, gather, we exchange business cards and have coffees and promise to do that thing, what everybody does, where we commit to a coffee that never takes place. But there are people who put these things together, who labor for months before the event actually happens. And it is to those people to whom we are all indebted. It is their ability to convene us here, to bring us into rooms so that we might sit, chat, and talk. I want to say to my sister Nandi, by the way, you look amazing. Doesn't she? I should tell you that our kids do judo together. And so I happen upon bumping into her in a couple of Saturdays when she's dropping off her son. I'm not going to take much time, but I did think, when I was invited and asked if I would come and deliver some thoughts, I thought about what it might be that I might bring to this conversation. First, I want to say that the drive from both my office home yesterday and then home here this morning was absolutely fantastic on account of the fact the infrastructure has been, shall we say, beautified for those of us who are gathering here now. As South Africans, we shouldn't air our dirty laundry, but I do think that there is a deeper, more insidious point that needs to be made about this, which is this obsession Africans have with presenting the best version of themselves to the world and not to each other. And it should be said that whilst as citizens we actually observe it in how we live our lives, it's a massive and a structural part of even how our governments govern their societies. This idea that if it is for your people, it can be lesser than, but if it is for those who come from outside, then it must be the best there is. I wanted to ask this question, and this is just the only thought I will leave you with here today, which is this. What would it take for the G20 to take place in Africa again? But this time, not as a function of the fact that South Africa is a founding member, but because the economic momentum of Africa is undeniable. What would it take? There are some of you in this room who have my respect because of the work you do in putting together these conversations, and some of you who've done it for a decade, some even more. You truly have more patience than me. I couldn't convene month after month, venue after venue, conversation after conversation, incessantly talking about this potential Africa has, and yet for whatever reason, administration after administration, generation after generation, this promise just doesn't translate to actual lived reality. And so the question we should ask ourselves, if we're going to translate, if there's going to be a transmission mechanism, as we would call it in economics, that moves us from a continent of potential to a continent of reality, what would that look like? And here is the uncomfortable truth. And take it from somebody who has perfected the art of reading balance sheets and operating in capital markets. If we don't change the rules by which we play, we're going to get the same outcome that we keep getting. The fundamental question for us to ask ourselves is who wrote the rules? And what is the context for which they wrote the rules? I had a conversation in preparation for this. I had a conversation with a friend of mine who's an ambassador in South Africa for one of the Western countries. I shan't mention the country. And he said to me, you know, Vusi, one of the things you guys don't know, he said, one of our strategic pivots for how we do international policy with countries in Africa is captured by this phrase, extract and contain. He says, that's how we do policy. We come into your markets and posit ourselves to want to develop the market. Then we extract the raw earth minerals and we extract the top talent. And then we contain the issues that come from a non-growing economy where people don't have the ability to make a better life for themselves. Extract and contain. One of the things I thought was interesting was that his viewpoint, his lens, is a single lens that sees Africa as one data piece. Yet in Africa, we see ourselves as 54, perhaps 55 countries now, with the splitting of the Sudan and the recognition of the people in the Western Sahara. 1.4 billion of us, 2,000 different tribes, 3,000 different languages. For him, it's a single data point. So the question is, whose rules are we going to play by? I want to make a point here, and if there are any regulators in this room who operate in the financial services space, you can close your ears now. One of the traps that holds our continent back is we have taken institutionalized exclusion and have called it best practice. So in effect, what we've done is we have taken rules that have been written in far more developed economies than we are in, which rules have been proven to work in those far more developed economies which we are in, and we have imported them into our own economies without asking the question, did these rules precede the development of those economies, or did these rules become embedded after those economies had been developed? And if you look and you answer honestly, what you will find is that the rules are written after the development takes place. It's not the development that is a function of the rules. So we've all been told now that hydrocarbon energy is bad, that we shouldn't be extracting the stuff that's under our earth and bettering some of our societies and our lives. And yet, nobody dared to ask us the question, what has been the social impact of this if we don't exploit these assets that God has endowed us into our continent. And then suddenly, when there is a war that breaks out in Europe, the very same countries that told us you are not to be burning coal turned around very quickly and burned coal to power up their industries. It is this incalcitrant, almost unbelievable, hypocritical attitude that those of us, and I do want to say to the rest of the world, and I say this with love and respect, you are dealing with a different generation of Africans. Let me explain. The generation of Africans who've made it sure that I'm able to stand here and speak well the Queen's English all in front of you here and get a decent education and travel the world, that generation of Africans knew how to liberate its people, and it did so. That's why we are here. But the generation you are dealing with today went to the same institutions that you created, read the same textbooks that you wrote, and frankly, excuse my language, is good enough at calling your bullshit. So, what are some of these rules? I don't know if you're aware of this. Did you know that in the period in which India was colonized by the British extracted close on $40 trillion from the Indian economy? Did you know that until the colonization of India by the British, India was actually the largest economy in the world? Did you know that the extraction that the British did in India is the sum total of the GDP of the largest economy in the world today, the United States? Why am I mentioning this when we are talking about Africa and impact? First, to our governments, there is actually a cost of bad PR. Those of us who travel the world and put together PowerPoint presentations and meet with investors will tell you the cost of bad PR. There are some regions in the world where when you land, people don't know that Niger is not Nigeria, that Mali is a country, not a currency in South Africa. See what I did there? Mali. Imali. That was good, right? So the work that our governments have to do in owning and telling their own story is fundamental. There has never been a time in history where a people can rise unless they believe that rising is absolutely possible. If it is our history, it must be in our stories. I was at Oxford beginning of the year doing a debate, and then I went through to Cambridge. And at Cambridge, they've got a museum called the Fitzwilliam Museum. This museum was founded by the Fitzwilliam family. And in this museum are the most beautiful artifacts. I'm talking about artifacts from Persia, circa 5,000 years ago. Persia is where today you would have what is Iran. I'm talking about artifacts from Egypt that predate our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. African artifacts that are 3,000, 4,000 years old. And my entry into this museum was gratis. It was absolutely free. And yet, the people of those countries can't enjoy the artifacts of their own histories. This museum, by the way, was founded by the Fitzwilliam Museum with a £100,000 grant. That grant was a function of the wealth of the Fitzwilliam Museum, of the Fitzwilliam family. The wealth of the Fitzwilliam family comes from the transatlantic slave trade. They traded slaves, made money, built a museum to capture the history of the world. Our stories, our history. If we were to look forward, what are the things that we should do? And what would it take for this G20 to happen here again? I will leave you with these parting thoughts. First, it's actually okay to protect infant industries. I'm a Keynesian free market economist guy. I spend my time arguing beta and data points and weighted average cost of capital to IRRs. I can have a debate with you about IRR versus DVPI. I'm good at this stuff. But even I will tell you that if you want to build a local economy, you have to protect your infant industries. Did you know that the United States had 40 to 50% tariffs with Britain in between 1820 and circa the 1900s? They had to do that to develop their own infant industries. So if our governments don't put in place laws that protect infant industries, these infant industries are not going to develop. Whether you're thinking about building a beneficiation platform in Botswana, or you're thinking about building an extraction platform in Botswana, or you're thinking about how do you stop moving things from pit to port and actually build a beneficiation infrastructure in the middle, you have to develop and protect your infant industries. And to our governments, you need to have the courage to do so, is the first point. The second is it's important to have mission-oriented states, right? So the African Union today is talking about this Mission 300, the need to bring 300 million Africans out of darkness into the electrified modern world that we are in today. But if you listen to many of the African Union member states and you read their plans, and I have done, a lot of those plans are waiting for private sector capital to catalyze the development of that infrastructure. Bazalwane, private sector capital, take it from a private sector capital guy, doesn't catalyze. Private sector capital is an efficiency distribution mechanism. Governments catalyze. And so the governments must take first loss, first risk in driving these projects. Absent of that, these conversations will be what they have been to date. Conversations. And then lastly, and this is just a word to the ratings agencies. Thank you very much for upgrading to S&P for upgrading South Africa. See, everybody's finally catching the memo. Greatest country in the world. I told you before. But if you're not aware, and I heard Uncle Sim Chabalala say yesterday at the day before yesterday at the Bloomberg event that the credit rating for Cote d'Ivoire and Serbia, Cote d'Ivoire is about two platforms lower than Serbia. And yet, if you look at the data points for the credit worthiness of Serbia and Cote d'Ivoire is as near as makes no difference the same. Now, for those of us sitting in this room who might not understand the impact of this, here is the point. Every time the government of Cote d'Ivoire goes to the capital markets and seeks to raise capital, the cost of capital becomes prohibitively expensive, which means money that should be going into infrastructure and social spending now goes into financing the debt capital costs to raise the capital so that we can develop these economies. And this is what I mean by institutionalized exclusion. The only answer for us is that all of us first have to see ourselves as a single unit. This is why I love traveling the continent. I should tell you, by the way, for those of you coming from Nigeria, that Abuja is definitely better than Lagos. But we have to begin to see each other as one. I think this is important. Second, and just as a note to my brother Rex, who was not able to be here, we've got to do something about this visa situation, right? We've actually got to do something about this visa situation. The work that my brother Rex has done in putting all of this together, putting all of us together, the way we have met and connected, the conversations we're able to have with brothers and sisters who are in the Caribbean, in the diaspora, in the continent, and some of us in different parts of the world happens because of connectors like this, and that he is unable to make it here today because my country wasn't able to make sure that he was able to get through the borders. I must first apologize and secondly say is absolutely unacceptable. And then lastly, Africans, we have to learn that it is okay to actually believe in ourselves, to tell our own stories, and that if you're invited into the room to speak about your people and your continent, and you have nothing positive to say, as my mother used to say nothing. Thank you very much.
That was amazing. As my dear brother said, Vusi, may we be a continent of reality. Thank you so much for those words. I remember my mom used to say, so I'm from a tribe, a Zulu tribe, KZN, we are Zulus at home, and she used to say, you know Imali, my child, and I'm not sure if this is true, but she'd say Imali, I think originates from Mali, because the richest man till this day is Mansa Musa, ladies and gentlemen. An African man till this day is the richest man on earth. A round of applause for that. Africa, we are incredible. I'd like to now introduce our next moderator, who is Rory Sang Setlogelo, who is the CMO at the Piermont Group. Thank you so much, Rory Sang. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, leaders, innovators, thinkers, and catalysts of Africa's future. It's an incredible room to be in, and quite an incredible point of view, actually, to behold. We have spent this morning examining Africa's place in the global economy through the lenses of technology, energy, infrastructure, tourism, and indeed growth. But now, we shift to the heartbeat of transformation, its leadership. Impact leadership is not a title. It is a mandate, a responsibility to redesign systems reimagine policies, and reframe partnerships in ways that serve the ambitions of a continent that is young, powerful, strategic, and absolutely indispensable to the future of the global economy. Africa is not waiting to be invited into the future. Africa is indeed manufacturing the future. But the question before us now is this: what kind of leadership will shape the Africa that we want? Is it leadership that is bold, visionary, accountable, radically collaborative? This panel is not about diagnosing Africa's challenges. It is about architecting Africa's solutions. It is about moving from aspiration to action. Welcome to panel 4, Impact Leadership, Transforming Africa's Future, Policies and Growth. Round of applause. That was your cue. Joining me for this conversation are 4 leaders who each embody the mandate of impact. Babajide Sodipo, Executive Secretary of AAMFI, Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions. Babajide? Thank you. Dr. Nabeed Kapoor, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Water and Sanitation for Africa to UN in New York. And His Excellency Emmanuel Hategeka, Ambassador of Rwanda to South Africa, former Chief Operating Officer of Rwanda's Development Board, and a key architect of Rwanda's policy and investment transformation. I think that's all of us. All right. In the interest of time, I would like to jump straight into it. Impact leadership is defined differently across sectors. In the context of Africa's complex challenges, what does impact leadership mean to each of you? Is it visionary policy, entrepreneurial grit, or the ability to forge unlikely partnerships? 1 minute each, and I'd like to begin with you, Babajide.
Thank you very much, and happy to be here. All of the above. Absolutely, you need vision. Because if you do not know where you're going, if you do not have a map, if you do not have a chart, then you might as well just sit in your house and watch TV. You need the ability to execute. Because at the end of the day, if there is something that is very prevalent in all African countries have vision 2030, 2050, 50,000. The challenge we've always had has been execution. So if you do not have the ability to execute, then absolutely, then those things are just really pieces of paper on the shelf. And then the grit, the resilience, because the truth is that when you begin to execute, you're going to face challenges. The kind of problems you typically face in Africa are not problems that you can predict or plan ahead of time, so you need that adaptability. And that willingness to build alliances, partner, and I think that is part of what has been exemplified by the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, which is an alliance of African financial institutions established by African countries to meet the different financing gaps. And we've come together, the leaders of these institutions have come together to really prefer solutions, innovative solutions to the critical financing challenges that have truly held back Africa's development. So I'll say most certainly all of the above, all equally important.
All of the above. And to you, Dr. Kapoor?
So when we talk about impact leadership, I mean leadership is something which motivates and empowers communities. and from the top level to the bottom level. And the impact of that leadership is always seen that how your community or how your constituency or how your country is performing and how you're able to mitigate challenges. It cannot be one-sided, it has to be interdependent. And when you vision something, you should be able to execute it. And that execution is very important. We talk, we make policies, we do things, but what about execution? That impact will only be seen once there is that willingness to execute things on the ground. And Africa is huge. And as people in the previous panels were also saying, if you are motivating your communities, and especially the young generation who's coming up, you need to tell them that what is required, be there as a guiding light, and let them execute on the ground. So that is, according to me, a visionary leadership.
Wonderful. And to you, Emmanuel Hatigeka.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for having me. For me, really, from where I stand, impact leadership is not something that is new. It's not new. It's something that we can relate to. It's actually about discipline. It's about people. And I like this, theme and the time that we are talking about here, because come to think about it, Africa is one of the continents that has lagged behind. We are 50 years behind post-independence. And the leadership that was supposed to bring us to par was quickly identified and taken out. So that's why we still talk about leadership and the absence of it. So for me, it's really about a few things. One, we have to have disciplined action. So all the three that you mentioned, there has to be intentional and disciplined integration of all the above plus more.
Yes. I couldn't agree more. I think you couldn't execute what you couldn't measure. If I could then continue with you, Ambassador Hatigeka, for question 2, if you could single out one policy shift in governments, in finance or trade that would unlock transformative growth in the next 5 years, what would it be and why?
Well, it's difficult to pick out one, because there is a lot that needs to be done to unlock the potential that Africa needs to unlock. But let me say we need to quickly move towards removing the inefficiencies within our intra-trading system. And I'll tell you why this matters. When you look at the obstacles that we put on the way to progress by ourselves, it's hilarious. Talk about intra-Africa movement of people. We block ourselves. Talk about intra-movement of goods. We put non-tariff barriers. Even if when we remove tariffs, we still put non-tariff barriers. Now, to give you an example, in where I come from in East Africa, we are now a single customs territory, right? And that couldn't help either, being a single customs territory. It took 3 leaders of East Africa to come together and in a stroke of a pen to decide that we're going to remove cross-border barriers, introducing one single border posts, introducing electronic cargo tracking systems, introducing literally free movement of goods and people. And also introducing harmonized documentation and customs procedures. When that happened, a container that used to move cargo from Mombasa to Kigali that used to take 22 days came down to 5 days. Now, that's a typical policy shift that you would want to see across the entire continent. Earlier, we were talking about intra-Africa trade. In East Africa, we are around about 27% intra-EAC trade. SADC is around 21%. But the entire continent is below 15%. So if we are going to do policy shifts, we should be talking about dismantling inefficiencies in our trading logistics systems, but also we need to embrace technology. Digitalization cannot be overemphasized. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you for that. I would like to see if you'd like to add on to that, Babajide.
Yes, absolutely, and I'll be specific. And I'll say it's really policies around creating a single African financial services market. Of course, we have the CFTA, free movement of goods. We've been talking about free movement of people. But if you were to look at the continent, right, and part of the challenge we've had with whether it is development or private sector growth, whatever, however you may want to frame it, is that we've had a challenge around aggregating African capital towards our most strategic initiatives, towards our most productive things. The average African country, right, you will not find a single financial institution, a single bank, right, a single investor. So now I'm not talking about Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa, who are not typical African countries. You will not find a single institution that can by itself put down $50 million for a project and not be afraid that that might be the end if everything goes wrong, right? So what we have are fragmented financial markets that are too shallow, such that it is unable to aggregate the kind of capital that is needed for even a medium infrastructure project. So even if you're looking for $50 million, you have to go talk to the Middle East, you have to go talk to China, you have to go talk to the World Bank, simply because those markets are shallow. So the answer to that is by having this single African financial services market, whereby we eliminate the barriers, right, to the free movement of capital across the continent, and change the situation whereby it is sometimes easier for a Nigerian pension fund to invest in US treasuries at 3%, 4%, while catalytic growth that is possible in Sierra Leone or Botswana, it really can't put its money towards that. So as the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, one of the initiatives we'll be championing in the coming years is this initiative working with the African Union around having this single African financial services market. It could be financial service passporting, as the case might be, but the idea is that we must have bigger, stronger, more resilient African financial institutions, and the way to do that is really by eliminating the barriers that stop them from growing on a continent-wide basis and moving capital among themselves.
Thank you for that. And to you, Dr.
Yes.
Kapoor, what impedes us?
Since I'm coming from a different part of the world, but I'm representing Africa, and through this platform, I would actually, with all respect to each and every person in this room, I have traveled to more than 50% countries in Africa as of now. And truly, truly, I am humbled and honored that this continent has given me that kind of respect. Since we are talking about impact and transformation, right, that's the theme of this panel, one policy shift, or you can say policy A and policy B, try giving each and every country in Africa and around the world, if I may say, try giving opportunities to the young ones. Create that platform. Even in Africa, when you are at a position, okay, with all respect, leave that position for a while, give others a chance to come and see that transformation, how it happens, right? I mean, with the same thinking, with the same mindset, with the same execution standards, things will not change and they will stagnate. A young person or a different person might come with your experience and his vision can change and make a difference.
Yes.
So that is very important to make path for young people and new people to come and, run the show as, a new person. So this is what I mean by impact.
I couldn't agree more. New ideas indeed. I think, if I could direct this to you, Babajide, SDG financing in Africa relies heavily on blended finance. How can public capital be used more effectively to de-risk and attract private investments, particularly for local SMEs and fund managers?
Right, thank you. I think I'll talk about two things. I'll talk about public capital, right? But beyond public capital, there is also the first tool of government, which is public policy, right? So absolutely, public capital can go on in, I think, like the excellent speaker that spoke before us said, to de-risk, to catalyze, to take first loss, which essentially you go there, you take the most complicated part of the risks, you do the project development, you put in the enabling infrastructure, and you do all those things. But beyond asking government to spend money, which all governments are always reluctant to do that, even if you will not spend money, put the right policies in place. Create the right kind of business environment. Create an environment, right, that can nurture businesses as opposed to environments that stifle businesses.
Mm-hmm.
So beyond all the work that we can do with deploying capital, it's also absolutely critical that government policies must be oriented towards facilitating businesses, because sometimes in some environments, it feels almost like an adversarial relationship between government and business, while really it should be a facilitative relationship hand in hand. So absolutely, to be able to not just attain the SDG goals, but practically any economic growth, to be able to bring in the private sector investments, right, that will grow at scale towards the areas that need growth. Government must not only put some of its money where its mouth is in terms of de-risking, in terms of taking the bold steps to catalyze and channel investment towards certain areas, but it must still do its basic role, which is putting in place the right kind of business environment, the right kind of policies. And from my experience as the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, talking with governments, talking with ministers, there is certainly that political will, there is certainly that interest to do that, but sometimes there's a gap between what they understand to be in the best interest of the business and the business environment and what really works. So in the coming years, I think with the current environment that we're in, we'll be seeing a whole lot more governments really prioritizing that.
True.
Can I add to that?
Mm-hmm.
Just to complement what Bajide is saying. And I'm actually very happy to share a panel with Babajide. We come a very long way. 15 years ago, we were working together. I'll not give more details.
Yes. I won't ask.
We always look to private capital, and I think Vusi said it very well. See, there's this whole obsession around private capital and fear of crowding out private sector and stuff like that. But the point is, private capital is the most fearful. So if you are opening up a green field or you're starting up new things, don't expect private people to come in and show you the way. Mm. So public capital should be the catalyst, not the crutch to depend on. And then you allow the private sector to come in and take the long-term risk, but having shown them the way.
Yeah.
It is working. But for that to happen also, private sector is one of the most elusive. I mean, if you don't have the right environment to attract that private capital, it will run away. So how do we make sure that our business environments are attractive? How do we make sure that you create an enabling environment that is transparent, that is predictable, that doesn't eat away the incentives because of corruption? And then you create a bedrock for private capital to sit on. Otherwise, we might talk about private capital for long and then it always freeze away from us.
Thank you. I would like to perhaps lead with you, Ambassador Hategeka. When we speak about our African continental free trade area and this monumental achievement that we so celebrate, beyond signing these agreements, what is the one non-tariff barrier we should dismantle now to actually translate AFCFTA into prosperity for cross-border businesses? Urgently.
Oh, thank you. The AFCFTA was actually signed in Kigali, Rwanda, so...
No pressure.
That was a couple of years back, 2018, and we are counting. And of course, the guided trade initiative has come in to try and pilot, the trading and the free trade between countries. But even with that, I mean, previous speakers have said it. If you can't move and if you can't visit each other, how do you do business with each other? So what is inhibiting all this? Look at our connectivity on the continent. Look at our policies when it comes to visa regimes. I mean, from my perspective, Rwanda was one of the first countries way back to open up visa regime for every nationality of the world, not just Africa. Every country, every member of this world can access visa on arrival in Rwanda. Without prior application or anything else. Now, sometimes we've been criticized that you're going to open up to criminals. But somebody said it before. Criminals are already there. So the people who are being denied to come and do business with you are actually legit, people who should be facilitated.
Yeah.
So I think we need to dismantle these restrictions on free movement of our people, because that's the starting point for trading with each other and doing business with each other. And then the rest of the other non-tariff barriers should also follow that we've been talking about before.
And to you, Dr. Kapoor, do you share the same view?
I'm not into too much of trade and capital market, very honestly. I come from a health background.
Yeah.
And now I'm representing water and sanitation, which is a completely different area. I am learning about it. So I just want to add something to this. When AFTA was being signed and everything, of course, the bureaucracy is one of the very important barriers, because it takes too much of time, when you want to do something. Secondly, the inaccessibility of some of the African countries. Now, I'll give you an example. When I was not posted to this position, way back in 2023, not even too long, I had to go to one of the African nations, Central African Republic. Most of the people must be knowing. It took me 3 flights to reach there. 3 flights, 24 hours. That was one problem. Secondly, the visa. I had to go for some work. I was leading some delegations to do some business with the leaders there. I knew a few people there. Visa was a major, terrible issue with us. We were actually stopped at the airport. We had the letter from the state. But they said, no, you don't have this. This is not the visa. This is just an invitation and visa on arrival. I said, no, we are going for work.
Yeah.
Hence, it was sorted. But the inaccessibility and the strictness and unnecessary that rule, where you cannot move. I'm just talking from a perspective of a third person, not an African. But sometimes when you have a good intention to do things with, work with Africa, or sometimes the inaccessibility causes a lot of tensions and terrible issues, and that breaks down the motivation of the person, to even travel and then do work. So this is what my take on this is.
It's deeply impeding, and I think the whole room agrees. As a theme, it's come up quite a bit today. Would you like to add on to that?
Yes, I'll say the harmonization of standards and rules, right? So there are direct flights from South Africa to Addis Ababa.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to import, say, a container of tomatoes, as an example, from Addis to Johannesburg, it's less than a 5-hour flight. There are direct flights every day, 2-3 flights with Cape Town and all that. Your biggest challenge will be the paperwork and all the things you need to do with customs, right? That if you were to take the time to do that, and all the time and the costs for that, your tomatoes will probably rot before you can get them sold. So as part of the CFTA, it's one of the agenda elements, harmonizing the customs rules, the custom procedures and standards. I'll mention this because I'm in South Africa. South Africa is the only country in the world that uses this 3-round plugs pin thing for electricity. You may wonder why that is the case. I'm sure it is not it's not some incredibly wonderful invention that transmits electricity more than the 2-pin or the 3-pin. But what it means is that if I had an electronics factory in Nigeria or wherever, and I wanted to export to South Africa, I'll have to maybe come up with a whole production line just for the
plug,
3-plug pin for a market, for really a smaller market of South Africa. So those are some of the standards, those are some of the things that are not obvious, but which really we use with deliberation to hinder trade. And there are so many examples in different areas.
I couldn't agree more. I think there's probably a lot more low-hanging fruit than we realize. I'd like to direct this to you, Dr. Kapoor. Africa is affected by climate change, yet rich in green assets. How do we ensure that our green transition builds local value chains rather than merely exporting raw materials?
So for green transition and the green development, what we talk about these days, you have to invest in infrastructure, technology, and the people who are going to do, into the green world. Ensuring that communities are empowered for, taking this challenge on green revolution, it's very important. And especially the leaders of everybody, and even as individuals, we have to take forward this green challenge these days. And ensuring that appropriate skill development takes place when anybody takes up the project or does work around this green technology. Infrastructure is important, investment is important, interdependence with people and institutions are important. You cannot work in silence. Everybody has spoken about this. You have to be interdependent and be ready to collaborate and work together. That's very important.
Thank you, Dr. Kapoor. In the interest of time, I do want to move us to the next question. And I think that I will give each panelist just a minute on those questions. I think you touched on this, Babajide, so I'll begin with you. Impact without measurement is truly meaningless. How can Africa move forward toward a credible standardization system for measuring real social and environmental impact across investments and policies? And I guess that would allow you to touch on the prior question a little bit.
Right. Yeah, thank you very much. And I think in terms of a standardized, harmonized methods, right? Because even if you're going to, before you do measurements, you need to have the plan, right? You need to have the indicators, you need to have your targets. And I think what is important is for all African countries to really align with the broad objectives of Agenda 2063, right? Because of course there are ongoing efforts to break that down into much more measurable objectives at the national level. But beyond our individual Vision 27 and all that, we must first of all be aligned to a broader objective and target and vision for the continent, where these targets can be broken down. And at the end of the day, for the continent, the biggest single metric or the most important metric that I think at this point is really the job creation metric. Right? Other metrics are important, but I'll say that at the end, we must examine all the measures through how they contribute to economic growth, the jobs that have been created, given our demographic opportunity, which can also be a demographic challenge if there are no jobs.
Yeah.
And that at the end of the day, if we're all streamlined towards that, then absolutely we'll get to where we need to get to.
Thank you. And Dr. Yu? Dr. Kapil?
For African standardization and measurements, I think it should be more that is focused on the African continent. You can borrow experiences from the international standards and standardization procedures, but it has to be more focused on what Africa needs, what Africa has done, and how you can measure from where you started and where you are going. Now, for example, I'll just tell you, with my mission of water and sanitation at the United Nations, during the General Assembly on the 23rd of September, I launched a project during the General Assembly on commissioning of science-based solutions for water and sanitation. And we have actually included water matrix and the measurement of how accessibility of water and proper sanitation is going to be affected with my future projects, which I'm going to launch and contribute to the policy building inside the United Nations. So I think that is very important, that it has to be focused on Africa, learn from there, take experiences from outside and amalgamate everything.
Phenomenal. And on to you, Ambassador Hatigega.
Well, I really agree with my fellow panelists. We cannot definitely do without measurement. Obviously, what gets measured gets managed and ultimately gets funded. I see a situation where if you can't measure the impact of your policies and your leadership, actually, then you don't qualify for funding, even if it's a national budget. So we need to have either, first of all, let's have working national impact measurement systems. If they work, then we should also think of the continental-wide standardized social impact measurement standards. So for me, the starting point of any socioeconomic transformation is whether, as leaders, we're able to move the needle across all pain points of our people, whether it is education, whether it is poverty, whether it is jobs, whether it is general human capital development. And if we can measure at the national level and have systems that work, that measure, then we can graduate to the continental standardized system.
I couldn't agree more. I think you've all said ultimately that the pain points of our people are the ultimate leadership measurement and ultimate leadership goal. And that brings us to our last question. I think we're making good time, so I will be indulgent. As we conclude, what is the one concrete action or partnership you challenge every leader in this room today to commit to before the next Africa Impact Summit? What would connect us? What challenge? We've spoken about plans, we've spoken about measurement, we've spoken about focus and where to labor. What challenge, what concrete action would you challenge every leader in this room today to commit to before the next Africa Impact Summit? I think we're avoiding a situation where all of this becomes discussion. I think they're confounded.
Right. No, just tell us who to go first.
I guess I'll start with you.
Okay, I spoke too soon. Anyway, right. So I'll say committing to African integration, right? So there's so much that we've talked about today, free movement of people, the CFTA spoke about the free movement of capital. It's really about committing to the idea of African integration, understanding that it's not just an agenda for those politicians in Addis Ababa.
Correct.
It's an agenda that impacts all of us positively if it's executed and delivered well. And that not only do we need to read about it in the papers, but we should have an attachment, an investment towards the idea, where in our businesses, in our interaction with leaders, it's something that we constantly push because we've spoken about it for decades. We understand its transformative potential for the continent, but we really do need to get moving on all these elements.
So for me, it would be start believing in your own continent. Okay, African leaders to invest more for the African people and the African human resource so that the brain drain doesn't happen and they go outside and polish somebody else's country. Better to stay here, polish your own nation, polish your own continent. And I think that's even applied to me because your continent has given me that respect. I mean, I'm really humbled, seriously. And I feel more of an African than an Indian these days. And no, it's right. I have learned Swahili a little bit, so...
Jambo.
And Checheva from Malawi as well. So thank you so much for this continent. And yes, this continent has everything what it takes to be developed.
Thank you. And to you, Ambassador Tikiga.
Well, I have a feeling we've been talking about all these things for quite some time. And we keep talking. But transformation doesn't happen out of talking.
Yeah.
Transformation is not an idea. It is disciplined action backed by capital, partnerships, and the people themselves that you're trying to transform. So for me, I think we should move towards disciplined action. And there are so many
layers to that.
Boxes to tick. Yeah. My worry is that we've not been intentional when it comes to execution. We say a lot of things, good things, but we don't implement, we don't do. So I guess we just need to move from rhetoric to action.
Well, thank you to our panelists for a conversation anchored in clarity, in courage, and indeed in action. What we have heard today is that Africa's future is not something to predict. It is something to build. We build it through policy that unlocks possibility, through partnerships that transcend borders, through financing models that cultivate our SMEs and create jobs, through leadership that is accountable, measurable, and impact-driven. The Africa we want is not theoretical. It is achievable. It is actionable, and it begins with the people in this room. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you so much to our panelists, and that was our final panel, so thank you very much. Dr. Kapoor, I did say earlier on, this is the cradle of all humankind, so welcome back home. This is indeed your home. All right, to present the Special Recognition Award, please welcome Josh Wilson back on the stage. Thank you so much, Josh. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First off, no socks and shoes is in fashion. I know everyone keeps bringing it up to me. It's a style that I've worn for a long time. I think it works for me. So if you have a problem, just bring it up later. So we had a lot of good talks today. Thank you, everyone, obviously, for coming. We have closing remarks a bit later. I think one of the key things we've discussed is about implementation. and implementation after talking. We have such great planners on this continent. We've got A-star students, they're great planners, and they have excelled at structuring things and putting things together. But what we need is doers, the B students that are pushing things and pushing forward and innovating and taking risks. And that's extremely important, specifically at this time. So, with that in mind, we are presenting our first ever award at TIME Africa, a special recognition award that honors visionary leaders that are reshaping the future of Africa. Ironically, Nigeria has been brought up today, and has been the butt of some jokes of certain individuals in the room. But there has been one individual who has created some fantastic socioeconomic development programs under his state. He has produced a development agenda that has affected millions of people, representing traffic management and transportation, health and environment, education, and technology, with the core of his belief being that his state, where he governs, can be progressively better, more secure, and more prosperous in existence, regardless of age, gender, ethnic, religious, or partisan affiliation. The jurisdiction I'm talking about, ironically, has been attacked by a certain nation in regards to the persecution of some of their minority groups or special characterized groups. And they have fought very hard to not only prevent this from happening, but to make sure that for a future generation, we are more united and more together. So this year's award for visionary leadership is being presented to His Excellency Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Governor of Lagos State, in recognition of his significant contributions to urban renewal, infrastructure development, and the ongoing modernization of Lagos into a globally competitive megacity. I believe we have some tape to roll.
Distinguished guests, fellow Africans, ladies and gentlemen, I'm greatly pleased to stand before you today to be honored with the TIME Africa Impact Award for our modest but highly impactful contribution to governance in Africa's most populous country, Nigeria. Lagos State, Nigeria's smallest subnational, is home to about 23 million people who desire good governance and infrastructural development. Our state is the engine room of Nigeria's economy and the nation's financial honeypot. With the support of the federal government, led by His Excellency Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, we have delivered many projects that have made life more comfortable for our people. We have landmark achievements in public transportation with our 2 rail lines, the Blue Line and the Red Line. Moving thousands of commuters daily, we have recorded thousands of new school projects that has made learning easier for our teeming youth. In the health sector, our battle against the COVID-19 pandemic became a typical example on how to fight a pandemic. Our city is known as the entertainment capital of Africa. In the creative sector, our youth have shown so much capacity. We're proud to be described as the world's fastest growing tech ecosystem, producing 5 unicorns. In fact, we recently hosted the world's largest tech gathering, GITEX. Just last October, we hosted Africa's first powerboat championship, the E1 series. I'm proud to say that our state is home to some of the most innovative and resilient people in Africa. We're a people who have overcome countless challenges, and yet we continue to thrive. I thank the organizers of this ceremony for seeing me as a worthy recipient of the TIME Africa Impact Award. For us in Lagos, it is a tonic for more energy in the service of our people. As we celebrate our success stories, let us also remember the immense potential that lies within our continent. Africa is a land of boundless opportunity, and it is up to us to seize them. Let us continue to invest in our people, in our infrastructure, and in our future. Let us work together to build a brighter tomorrow for all Africans. Once again, thank you, TIME Africa, for this recognition. This is one award that I truly, really cherish.
I'd like to invite to the stage Samuel Agubi, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Governor, to accept an award on his behalf. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
On behalf of the Governor, Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu of Lagos, I do like to say that this award is significant, and we acknowledge it with thanks. We say in Lagos that the reward for hard work is more work. But a lot has been said today about our continent, of which Lagos stands and takes the responsibility to provide leadership amongst other leading cities on the continent to be able to show the way to our respective nations as to how things must be done. And we've noted all of these conversations today. Today, we acknowledge that our resource is more than what we have under the ground, but also what we have in the brains and in the minds of our people, and the way they think about each other, and their willingness and capacity to work with each other in the way we do things. It is their belief that we are better together than alone, and our willingness to make that happen. It is the protection of the dignity of our people and their future and their hope. It is the knowledge and the pride in our history and in our culture. Africa is not just a geographical location, but it is our people and what they do in the continent and in the diaspora. The wisdom they bring to bear and the things they do to move the continent forward in many ways than one. It is our sense of inclusion and not exclusion that forces us sometimes to protect ourselves from ourselves in the kind of rules we bring to the table. We have it indeed as Africans. Let us see it, that we have it indeed. Let us acknowledge it. Let us acknowledge what we have and not just complain about what we do not have yet. Let us celebrate how far we have come and not only complain about how much further we need to go. Let us roll our sleeves and do the work that is required, because as Africans, we believe that we can do it. So let us do it. Thank you very much, Times. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh man, it's been such an incredible afternoon. Thank you so much once again. For our closing remarks, I'd like to introduce Jason Koch and Lyndon Burns for our great afternoon. We've had such a great time. I'm looking at Vusi smiling, hey? Did you see that tweet, Vusi, that I tweeted that your Honorable Ronald was talking about? A certain special someone said, we fed them. And I said, not in our time. As Africans, we've been feeding ourselves and we'll continue to feed ourselves. In fact, we feed the world. But anyway, thank you so much again. Thank you. Jason, Lyndon, thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
Before I get started, there's a couple of people, partners and sponsors that I want to thank. Arena Holdings Group, Piermont Group, New York Africa Chamber of Commerce. Thank you to our drinks partner, Pernod Ricard. To our beautiful MC, Nandi Medina. And to all of our special guests, thank you for taking time to be here with us today. Now, before I do get started, let me start with a simple question. How many people in Africa do you think can open an account within minutes and have access to the same financial tools that we all have? The real number is far lower than it should be. And that gap between who has access and who doesn't is one of the reasons why we're all here. This summit has brought together leaders, policymakers, innovators, and thinkers who care deeply about the future of our continent. These conversations today weren't just high-level ideas, they were practical, grounded, and urgent. We discussed real challenges that affect real people, from jobs to technology to investment and opportunity. This is what makes the TIME Africa Impact Summit so important. It's not just another event. It's a moment where Africa's voice, potential, and ambition meet global decision makers on equal footing. It's a signal that Africa isn't a footnote in the global story. It is the story. As we look at the themes we covered today, one idea repeats itself across every sector we touch, and that's access. Access to information, access to capital, access to education, and most importantly, access to financial systems. Access to those financial systems allows societies to grow and individuals to thrive. Financial inclusion isn't a technical issue. It's not even a fintech issue. It's a human issue. When people are excluded from the financial system, they're excluded from opportunity. And when opportunity is limited, so is growth, not just for individuals, but for countries. At Global Venture Partners, we think about this every day across our media platforms, which is Rolling Stone, Billboard, of course, Time Africa, and Roboport. We tell stories of innovation, creativity, culture, and progress. But storytelling alone isn't enough. We also need infrastructure. That's why we're building UBX Bank, a digital-first Pan-African banking platform designed specifically for the realities of the continent. UBX is focused on solving problems we know all too well. Expensive remittances, barriers to credit, limited insurance access, challenges for self-employed workers, fragmented payment systems, and the struggle to turn informal income into a formal opportunity. UBX is built to address these issues head-on through simple onboarding, cross-border payment rails, stablecoin technology, and a host of other products and services. Our approach is very straightforward. If you improve financial access, you improve everything that sits on top of it: entrepreneurship, mobility, education, and social stability. And we say this often: Africa doesn't lack talent, it doesn't lack drive. Sometimes it lacks access. And access is something that we can build. Standing here right now, surrounded by people who influence global policy, shape global capital flows, I feel optimistic. Not because the challenges are small, but because the will to solve them is strong. The summit showed us something very important. Africa is no longer waited to be invited to the global economy. Africa is participating, contributing, and leading. Events like this ensure that leadership is seen, heard, and acted upon. And as we close, I want to leave you with a thought. The future of Africa will be defined by the decisions we make right now. The policies we write, the technologies we build, and the partnerships that we form. And the courage to bring forward long-standing problems, and if today is any indication, the future looks promising. Not because it will be easy, but because the people in this room are committed. So thank you to everyone who shared ideas, challenged assumptions, and pushed for progress. And thank you to every partner working towards a more financially inclusive continent. Let's continue to build systems that give access. Let's continue to tell the world our story. And let's make Africa's next decade and more defined by potential. Not defined by potential, but defined by results. Thank you. I'd also like to introduce Mr. Lyndon Barris. Thank you. Come to the stage, brother.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Jason. I'm the only guy who stands between you and lunch. So we're all running late. So I think I'll just cut mine very short. I would like to thank all of you for participating, whether you've been online or whether you've traveled all the way to be here. We appreciate your presence. I'm from Marina Holdings, and I'm supposed to welcome you to my home, but I would like to... And we decided to be at the end and welcome you, and I hope you'll come back for more and more of these interactions. But when we conceptualized this with Jason and Josh and our partners, Busi from the New York African Chamber of Commerce, we thought that we should somehow ensure that there's a platform that will galvanize the ideas and the thoughts and the feelings about what is happening in Africa and where we are leading and where we should show the spotlight and put ourselves on the global stage. And therefore, we were a very happy participant into this. Thank you, Brian and Rex and Mike in particular, who linked us up. All those of you individuals who worked so hard to make this happen, the team, Tejo, Morgan, Shannon in particular, and I can go on and on with that. Just to thank everybody for this. But I want to leave you basically with two little stories and then I'll end so that we can have lunch. We chose the name Arena, in particular for this group that owns the Sunday Times, Business Day, Financial Mail, etc., because we wanted to give this idea of being in an amphitheater, right? Being on a village square, being in the arena, being in a stadium where lots of things can happen, but it will be open and honest and you can see it with your own eyes as a participant, as a participant. As a participant. And so also when we work on talking about the solutions in Africa, we have to be participants. We can't just be on the sidelines and sit. So I want to read something for you that you might know. It was first penned in 1910 by a president from a country that is now a little bit orange and with bad hairstyles. But it says the following: "It is not the critic who counts, by the way, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat." It means that we must be in the thick of things. We must have action. And so we congratulate the governor of Lagos as well for being an action man and making things happen. And so please pass on our congratulations. And then I end with a story from a guy called Don Quickstow, depends how you want to pronounce it. Others might say Quixote. And he made a statement, and he says that for neither good nor evil can last forever. And so it follows that as evil has lasted a long time, good must now be close at hand. We've got to do the good things. As we depart here, we've learned a lot, we've participated. Now we have to go and do the good things. And so Don Quickstow basically comes from a play that took place called Man of La Mancha. I don't know if any of you might recall that. And he was a priest. And he decided that he wants to turn all the evil into good. And so he goes on this journey and he meets this woman who he renames Dulcinea. And she's an errant woman who has her struggles. And his aim and objective is to help her to recover herself with limited success. But that was his dream. His dream was to make a positive impact in the lives of people and to turn evil into good. And then on his deathbed, he then asks for this woman. And she comes to his deathbed, and then he shares with her the following words, which I also think is very relevant for us as we want to ensure that Africa takes its rightful place on the global stage. Yes, we have that dream, Ambassador from Rwanda, that things will be good, that we will stand tall. I think it's Vushi that said, you know, what will it take for us to have the G20, not because we only are a host country, but because of our economics and the things we do. So as we all leave here, I want you to dream the impossible dream. This is what he said to this woman on his deathbed: to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, and to run where the brave dare not go, to right the unrightable wrong, and to love pure and chaste from afar, to try when your arms are too weary, to reach that unreachable star. That African star must shine. And then he continues, he says, this is my quest, that we follow that star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the right without question or pause, to be willing to march into hell for that heavenly cause. And I know, if it will only be true to this glorious heart, that my heart, when one day, it will be peaceful and calm. And when I am laid to my rest, that the world will be better for this, that one man, scorned and covered with scars, still strove with his last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable star. Let us reach for that African star, even though it might mean, to some of us, it might look like it's unreachable. It is possible. Let's go out there and let's not watch things happen, but let's make things happen. Thank you so much for attending.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is not the future, Africa is now. Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of the TIME Africa Impact Summit, the very first one. So thank you so much for being here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our speakers, partners, delegations, and attendees. Let's continue to build Africa's future with intention, innovation, and impact. Please do join us for lunch and networking. My name is Nandi Matita. It has been an absolute honor. Thank you so much. God bless. Africa is now. Mwah. Thank you.